going, Rick?
Good. Hey, John. How are you? Hey, I'm getting tons and tons of calls. I kind of propose that we fast track regulations. Do you have any idea we're going to have a rulemaking package?
For the fees?
For everything. We're getting hammered with people like our industry. And counties and supervisors and people are spreading untruths about commissioners that are allowing this and are not doing it, trying to get other people to do it. You know, when we may have a rulemaking package.
It moved on the chain here last week.
Okay.
So I mean, it's still going.
Right, but I mean, as far as something that we will
actually be able to register people. No,
yeah, my board, we've got a moratorium expired December 31st, and they're wanting to know when we can move, and I told them it's been a slow process, but pressure is building up.
Okay.
So,
all right.
You give that kind of a possible date for everybody here when you do your update, or?
So we still won't have a date because we still have to get everything through.
Right, but I mean, reasonable estimate.
No idea. I thought it would have been that hard, so we're beyond my reasonable estimate.
Okay.
So I can't speak for others here at the department. It's been off our desk for a month and a half.
What would it take? I mean, we've contacted the secretary directly through our executive team.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the question is, I mean, even then we still have to go through rulemaking. So, unless we feel like there's some kind of an emergency justification, which I don't think we're going to be able to meet
emergency.
that.
I know we talked about emergency regulations.
It's urgent. It's not an emergency, right? Yeah.
Okay, I'll let everybody know. We get that today. Send an email so we can get it for our next quarterly meeting with
I'd like to see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully by then it'll already be posted. I don't know when your next meeting is.
I'm not on that team, so I don't know. I'll send an email out and find out when they do. I know they do quarterly meetings with TDFA and DPR, but I'm not on the executive team.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's been off our desk for a while.
Okay.
So, have a whole lot of control.
Is Carl still down here?
Carl he'll be working one day next week and then he's off.
That's it?
That's it.
And then burning everything
He's
out?
done. He's burning it all out. Yep. So we'll get that. Try and get that posted soon, so that way we
I rode up to a meeting with Paul Jost last week and said he had dinner or coffee with Carl and Mary. I know he's going to run everything out till, I think he said December or something.
It's the beginning of January, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes a little past the end of the year. He's pretty much done.
Right around 40 years, I imagine.
Yeah, he's got 32 years, something like that.
They started up the inspection station in Budak County.
Yeah, we did. He's actually been gone for 2 weeks now. So he did this week, no, last week he did this week. He was at a meeting this week. So he had a week of vacation, they had some meetings this week, he's in a little next week, and then he's off. So we kind of did something for him, like his last real day in the office a couple of weeks ago. And Mary came, and they were talking about their kind of how they started and all that. It was interesting. So yeah, starting together at the border station.
I forget the name of the little community they lived at. They told me because I was up there hunting.
The station's Tule Lake. I don't know if there's another name for the.
They lived in like service housing or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's housing. It's like at the station. It
Yeah.
was at the station.
Yeah.
It's still there.
There's not much up there. I've been up there before.
Yeah.
Beautiful country, but there's not much else.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, as Mary said, they got to know each other really well, really quickly, because they got married and they went straight up there.
Yeah, they didn't have before satellite TV.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why she became the commissioner so fast. She was able to hang out up there. She did all of her exams because she didn't have anything else to do.
Lots of studying.
She was able to move up really quickly.
Yep.
But yeah, another position to fill. So yesterday's nursery board meeting, I was trying to do like an update on what the program's up to, and my update was entirely retirement. Like, here's all the people who've retired in the last, in basically mostly the last 6 months, but just a little beyond that.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle for a lot of departments, counties, as far as that.
Well, and then every retirement, if you fill internally, then you got another position to fill. So I was like, well, Dwayne retired, so we backfilled with John. And so we had to then we hired Jason Leathers to do John's job, and then just carries down. When it happens that frequently, it's a big drink. Anyway, we'll get through it. I'm gonna close this just that way.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a trap door or what.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, there's a plug down there if you need one.
Okay.
Good to know, I guess. Hopefully somebody will sit on this side of the.
I'm fine.
Because I don't know what's going on.
All right, hey everyone. It's now 10:05. We got a 5-minute little grace period right there. The meeting's supposed to start at 10. So I'd like to ask everyone in the audience to have a seat, and anyone on the board be sitting in the board seats, and we'll get going. We will begin with a roll call, and the meeting is called to order by me, Lawrence Sertman, at 10:05 a.m. And we want to welcome all the board members who are here today. We want to welcome everyone in the audience and also everyone at home who is watching via live stream.
Meetings of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board are open to the public and comply with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. This act allows for the public comment on all agenda items. Audience members may address the board following each agenda item. Please come up to the podium and use the microphone when doing so. All speakers from the audience are limited to 3 minutes to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak if they wish to do so. Are there any members of the audience that require accommodation in order to participate in this meeting today? No? Okay.
All right, we have a sign-in sheet at the back of the room near the entrance, and so we request that any attendees sign in. It's not mandatory for attendees to sign in to participate in a public meeting, but it simply helps with the minutes and communications to interested parties. We'll begin with a roll call and a self-introduction. My name is Lawrence Sertman. I am a board member of the Hemp Industries Association, and I am also the president and owner of Hemp Traders. And we'll go around this way.
Good morning, Rick Garola, Tehama County Agricultural Commissioner.
Van Butzik, Cooperative Extension, UC Berkeley. I have a bad back that's been acting up, so if I stand up and pace around, that's what's going on.
Valerie Milano, Cal Poly Pomona.
Tom Pierce, Manager, West Island Cotton Growers, Cooperative Cotton Gin in the San Joaquin Valley.
Allison Justice, Outco.
Richard Soria, retired horticulture instructor.
Joshua Chase, Kumbaya Farms.
Joshua Kress, I'm the program manager for CDFA's Nursery Seed and Cotton Program.
Michelle Phillips, CDFA. I'm the board manager for the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board.
All right, thank you everyone for attending. Each board member should have a personalized folder with handouts. Copies of the agenda are available for audience members. All handouts will be brought up on the screen up here, and copies can be provided after the meeting upon request. All right, we will start out by going over the agenda for today's meeting. We will have 2 main items on the agenda. One will be the report from the Sampling and Testing Task Force. We will have another report from the Crop Destruction Methods Task Force. And we will also include a review of approval of minutes from the July 25th, 2018 board meeting. And finally, a brief update on the CDFA program activities. The board members list, please check for any corrections. It is posted on our website.
If you need the bathrooms there, if you go out the doors of this auditorium and head to the left, the bathrooms are on your right. The first 2 doors are for men's, and then the women's is down the hall or around the corner. Also, we have water bottles available in the back. If we do run out, please let one of our staff members know, and they will go get some more. And then in a case of an emergency, please exit the auditorium and go back out to the front and go across to the park on the other side of the street. Okay. And I think that's it for me. Oh, actually, also there are no breaks scheduled during this meeting. However, we'll take a break approximately every hour as needed.
All right, one quick note on public comments. That's everyone in the back today. Everyone will have an opportunity for public comments throughout the meeting, as well as an opportunity for general comments at the end. For comments during an agenda item or pending board motion, please keep the comments pertinent to the item or motion. At the end of the meeting, we will have an opportunity for additional comments, both related to the meeting and for items not on the agenda. We do request that all individuals who would like to comment on an agenda item to come up to the podium over here to use the microphone. We also request for each speaker to state their name and affiliation before commenting. Occasionally, due to the large number of attendees, we may have to limit all comments to 3 minutes unless there are follow-up questions from the board. We will be timing commenters and will try to provide warning prior to the time limit ending. Thank you for your consideration as we try to provide everyone with an opportunity to comment during the proceedings. If you do have additional questions for the CDFA regarding industrial hemp and the industrial hemp program, please direct your questions to the CDFA staff. You may contact them by emailing industrialhemp@cdfa.ca.gov or calling 916-654-0435. All right, first thing we'll do is we will review and approve the minutes from the July 25th, 2018 board meeting. Although this was only emailed last night, we do have, the minutes are also in the blue packet. Does anyone need a little time to review the minutes right now? Anyone on the board? No? Over here, you're okay? No chance. Hey, what do you want to give them a moment?
So we can do it a couple different ways if you guys want to take a moment now to review, or if you want to wait till we take a break later, and if you want to review it during a break later in the meeting, we can come back to this item. Either way would be fine.
All right, why don't we, if anyone needs some time to review, we'll have a break in approximately about 45 minutes to an hour. You can review it during the break. We'll come back to that.
Sounds good.
Okay. First item on the agenda is our Sampling and Testing Task Force report by Allison Justice and Richard Soria. So go ahead, guys. What do you got?
Well, we have changes. And, well, in your packet, you have from the Bureau of Cannabis Control, you have the lab BCC addresses and labs and location. I did call quite a few labs. Some of the phone numbers on here are not correct, but if you go to the website, you'll get the correct phone number. But as you can see, the labs are throughout California, and most of the labs do the same testing for cannabis and hemp with the same equipment. They clean the equipment. And any questions on the labs? All the labs do go out and collect samples.
Right.
Did you want to go through?
I'll
You guys
go-
have a presentation?
Yeah,
so-
I'll
okay.
go through the PowerPoint a little bit. So we'd love to knock this out today. We have a couple different options for the board to consider because I don't think it's quite right us making, one decision only by ourselves. So we looked at some of the newer states that have adopted hemp. Tried to get hold of North Carolina and nobody would call me back. South Carolina, though, you can see in their bill the way that they perform testing and sampling. I won't read through this whole thing, but basically they use any ISO 17025 lab to process their hemp products. So it's got to be an independent lab, not associated with a farm or processor. They take their own samples and they send it to this lab in whatever manner they want to. So it's a pretty good free-for-all. They make sure that the processor, that the grower, and that the lab holds on to the results for 3 years. If there's different varieties grown, at least one sample per variety. And yeah, that's basically it. It's a pretty open way of testing. I definitely see drawbacks in that, and that people can, you know, really take advantage of the system in that way. So I think it could be a good guideline, but maybe we choose a few things differently. So here, you know, we do propose that the lab be any ISO certified lab. This is not saying that it's only BCC permitted labs, because the BCC does not want to be involved in this. They do not want to have any implication of what happens here. We did contact about 8 of the 33 BCC labs, and most, if not all of them, were already doing hemp testing. Which hemp farms, I'm not sure, but they were doing that testing, and they say that they either clean, sterilize the machine, or they have a different machine for hemp. I feel like if we propose that the labs have to have their own room or, you know, version for, or own equipment for hemp, we could be bottlenecking ourselves because the equipment's extremely expensive. So I would, you know, suggest that we let that kind of continue the way it is. All right, and so if we go to option 1. So this is option 1. There's a few ways we could do it. I feel like, Rick, you will have the best input of how this should go down, because I honestly don't know. But basically, to start out, 30 days to harvest, you would send out a pre-harvest report to the Ag Commissioner. And in the following slides, there's an example of that. You know, not a finalized report, but I figured this is something that Josh and Michelle and their team could throw together, where we wouldn't have to go back to this. Basically, just a report showing a batch number, GPS location, the planting type, so is this a greenhouse or in the field, the area, the planting date, expected harvest date, and then the strain. And so this would do a couple things. You know, for example, in the batch 1.1 versus 1.2, there's a greenhouse grown strain A and a field grown strain A. This would require separate testing because, you know, the conditions in the greenhouse versus the field could yield different cannabinoids concentrations. So basically, this report just indicating what's going on at the farm as far as strain and area would be sent to the Ag Commissioner. All right, and so if you go back, yep. And so this is kind of where the options change, is that what we could do is the Ag Commissioner rep gets with the farmer, takes samples together, and then sends to an ISO lab with a chain of custody. From here, the lab sends the results to the farm and the Ag Commissioner. The farm sends a report, another report that's either letting the Ag Commissioner know that, you know, we've been approved for harvesting, we're going to go ahead and harvest this area. Or it could be a destruction report indicating how that they would destruct this crop or remediate. And so I think that'll kind of go well in conjunction with the subgroup that worked on crop destruction. I haven't got to read over that yet, so I'm not sure if we're butting heads on any of this. And then last, the Ag Commissioner would confirm the destruction or remediation. Right, and so option 2, only thing that really changes here is that instead of the Ag Commissioner coming out to take the test, the laboratory representative would take the test. And so Richard talked to a good many of the labs, and they said that they would do this service. They would basically just charge for mileage. Same thing, lab sends the results to the Ag Commissioner and the farmer, and then same as the other option, the Ag Commissioner would be the one that confirms what happens there at the end. Okay, and then the last slide is just an example of harvest destruction remediation plan. basically you're just saying, hey, here's the test results. This batch I'm gonna harvest, this batch I'm gonna remediate. If you're gonna remediate, you would wanna attach a detailed plan that then the ag commissioner would approve or disapprove. And then, of course, if you're over that 1%, you would destroy the crop in whatever way the next group has decided or proposes. And that's really it. There could be a combination. Richard suggested that the farmer could decide if it's the lab or if it's the ag commissioner doing the sampling, but that might propose problems for the county deciding how much staff to ramp up if they're not sure how many farms are going to be submitting these samples. So from there, I feel like these are two decent options. I'd love to hear your thoughts.
All right, I have a couple of questions, Allison. Number one on that you mentioned the pre-harvest report. Wouldn't the county already have the initial registration from when the person registered originally to grow the hemp? Would they need to have a whole other report? Maybe they could call in and possibly refer to the initial registration.
Yes, it should be on the registration, but we haven't seen any registration forms. Yes.
Well, there's that, but also what happens if you have crop failure and you need to revise your area planted?
All right, that makes sense. Or it could be possible somebody can register, but then not actually plant.
Sure.
At some point. Okay. Now, let me ask Josh, if another form is involved, since it's not necessarily in the law, is that something that the Department of Agriculture can do?
Sure, I mean, whatever the requirements are for this process are gonna be those requirements, and we would have to, I mean, we're gonna have to have regulations to incorporate them anyway, so it's not really gonna change anything. It's just a matter of what that notification process looks like. I mean, to the point of regarding the application, so that information is required to be on the application by law, and then that information, if it changes during the growing season, a revised application is required by law to be submitted as well. So that information should already be there. However, the actual date of harvest, in order to make sure that the sample is being collected within that statutory time frame, we do want to make sure that there's some kind of notification to make sure that everyone's on the same page. So I mean, there does need to be some sort of notification, and I suppose, I don't see, well, I don't necessarily know that it would be necessary to repeat a bunch of information that's already there. I don't also see the harm in that either, just to make sure that there's no confusion. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of up to you all on what you'd like to propose, and then we would go through that.
I mean, I can actually even see a benefit to that in there. They would have more accurate information on how much hemp was actually grown in the state at that time versus just going off the registrations. My second, not question, but more of a comment versus option 1 versus option 2. Looks like the main difference is that in option 1, we're having a county representative go out to the farm with the lab to try to collect it. In option 2, it's just the lab and the farmer going out there.
So option 1, the county and the farmer are sending it to the lab. And so that's one of the big differences, how it's being delivered and who's responsible.
But it would still require an employee of the Department of the County Department of Agriculture to actually go out to every farm.
For option 1.
Yeah, for option 1. And option 2 would not require that, correct? Okay. Anyone want to comment on between the differences between those? Personally, I'd be in favor of option 2, mainly because Rick has said that all of a sudden it's like a lot more work for the county to have to send somebody out there, and it could all be within a 1-month period, as every farm wants to harvest it around the same time.
Correct, and that's why we would need to have a pre-harvest report, so county ag commissioners and their staff can schedule. We have a county that's going to have a large amount of staff time needed, they could schedule accordingly, depending on what time of year that's going to be. I don't have a preference other than I think if we're going to be involved in this where we're going to be, you do need to have a chain of custody, which you did mention in option one, but include that in either one of those, whichever one. I personally would like to have my staff involved, but again, these are questions that I would have to ask the California Ag Commissioners Association, so I don't want to answer that on behalf of all agricultural commissioners. We do have a conference coming up in 3 weeks, and I'll pose these questions at our conference. But I think currently SB 1409 doesn't require us, obviously, but it does require that you do have a lab representative and a farming operation representative. So if we are going to be included, we can certainly do that through the regulatory process, I'm assuming, Josh. And then lastly, the only recommendation I have is that on both of these, it includes remediation, which is contrary to current law through SB 1409. It says destroy.
Are we talking, is this a difference of the word, remediation versus destroy?
I would, before I offered my opinion, I'd like to get a legal opinion on that, because the way that I see the law says it must be destroyed. If it exceeds 0.3%, it's no longer considered industrial hemp.
Rick, can I ask a question? Would there be a fee associated with having your staff in the field taking samples?
This would be, as I've mentioned every meeting, for a scope of work. So I again can't answer for other counties, but for staff to be out there, it would be charged probably whatever actual time and mileage is.
Rick, question, other crops that you inspect or whatever, is there a fee that the farmer pays, or is this any different on the industrial hemp inspection or whatever?
Yes, because there's outlines for our specific involvement in certain aspects. This is something that's not required in law, but it could be developed through the regulatory process. But we do charge fees for other type of inspections. But again, those fees have to be set by the Board of Supervisors. It's not something we can arbitrarily charge.
And just to be clear, and the current law does require that the county ag commissioners recoup all expenses related to this program. So one way or another, regardless of what the fees are, they do have to cover the commissioner's expenses at some point. So that would have to be calculated in.
I have one other question, Allison. When you contacted these labs, did they give you a fee, or did you get a range of fees for the service that they?
Just a regular fee, not going out to pick up the crop, because that's mileage, is around $500 for a test. And they test for pesticides, they test for heavy metals, they test for cannabinoids,
So that's the compliance testing for cannabis, for marijuana. I feel like we could have that be much lower. That's a good question. We should have asked. I think it could be under $200 for just cannabinoids, so THC and CBD, because that's all we really need.
All right, I know there's probably some members of the audience don't want to jump ahead, but.
I'd like to comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I inquired with our local lab, and the THC test alone was $75. So I think I'm more in favor of option 2, just to reduce the expenses to the farmer. Have that chain of custody. I think they're both the same, and I don't know, would the lab retain a portion of the sample, or would it just be destroyed after analysis? Or
we can't hear you. You need to talk in your microphone.
want me to repeat that?
We can't hear you.
Okay. I said that I inquired with a local lab in Monterey, Santa Cruz County, and the THC testing was $75 for the test. And then I also said I'm in favor of the option 2, just to reduce the cost to the farmer.
Yeah, so that sounds about right for the $75. I think if you want to include all cannabinoids, it's
Yeah, you're
130
probably right.
or so. But yeah, we actually only need the THC portion, so that's not too bad of a charge. They would hold on to the sample, most likely for a couple years if we request.
Yeah, go ahead, Van.
I'm curious if there's, well, first, thanks for your work on this. It's really nice to see this outlined and have some good options to choose from. Is there any reason why we couldn't leave it up to the counties if they want to do option 1 or 2? I mean, it seems like if the local aid commissioners want to be more involved, it would be good for the industry to allow them to be more involved. That would probably, you know, make them feel more comfortable with this crop and give people an opportunity to grow. If in other counties, the aid commissioner says, hey, go, do your thing and we don't need to be there, we don't want to deal with it, then you go with the lab and it's fine. Is there any reason why we couldn't say option 1 or option 2 are fine and the county can decide?
So just from our perspective, so I mean, that's kind of a question for the board, is what the board would like to see. I mean, if you want to leave more open to the discretion of the commissioners, that's up to you all. You know, the more that you leave open to the discretion of the commissioners, the more inconsistency you're going to see from county to county. So if you do leave it up to the individual counties to make those kinds of calls, then you may have what you're saying, which is some counties will want to have staff present and will be participating in the process and charging accordingly, and some won't. You know, and that's kind of up to the board on if you all feel that that's something that you want to leave up to the commissioner's discretion and you're okay with there being some variance throughout the state. You know, generally we try to, the more that we put into any proposal and any regulation, the more consistency we're going to see. So again, it would kind of be up to you all.
Tom, I just wanted to, since you're the farmer on the committee, it seems like, at least in my opinion, we should try to make this as easy and as least expensive as possible for the farmer to be able to cultivate industrial hemp. If we do get involved a county employee, that's going to raise the price in regards to the actual test. I've seen it around $75, maybe even a little lower. As it's gotten more competitive and there are more labs out there. I think that's not too much of an expense, but if we do have a county employee has to go out there as well, there could be one, much more of an expense for their time and also delay. You know, as you can imagine, if people are growing for CBD, there may only be a 3-week period, maybe a month period or window where they're all going to want to harvest at the same time. If enough different farmers are growing, that would mean a few employees of the county departments of agriculture would have to go to each different farm, and our states are pretty big. That might almost be practically impossible and could result in some farms being delayed in their harvesting, which could ruin their crop. I'm wondering if you had any more comments on that.
I agree. I would be in favor of option 2. You know, my experience on the farm and at the gin is when we call for an inspection for whatever certified seed that we're handling, we have to coordinate that, you know, to work with the Fresno or Kings County Ag Commissioner to get that accomplished. So, yeah, I'd option 2 might.
All right, do we have any more comments from the board on these options? Do you want to say anything else, Allison?
Just a thought. I have no experience with, you know, the county coming out to our farm, but I do have experience with labs coming out, and they usually come within, you know, very quickly, within 1 or 2 days. So hopefully that, you know.
Yeah, well, that's, you know, with the lab, they're a private industry, and they have the ability to hire more people right around that time. With government or with county employees, I don't think you have the option of hiring people right on the fly and even having part-time employees. With that, am I correct on that, Rick?
Again, that's going to vary county to county, but some counties are allowed to hire extra help. Some counties can hire seasonal. I incorporate both of that, so it depends on the workload.
You know, a question just come to me. We talked about the fee for THC testing, but then that's delivered to the lab, and we're going to have to, the lab's going to have to send somebody to the farm. I don't know, it's just mileage, I guess. I don't know what that.
I'll just remind all board members, if you wouldn't mind just making sure you speak into your mic, not just for the people here, but also we've got people listening in online. So please make sure you use your mics. Thanks.
All right, do we have any other comments from any members of the board on this proposal? No, I have one more question for you, Allison. We may have talked about this last month, but when they come, is it going to be one test per farm or per registration that we're doing?
Per variety, per type of growing. So if you're growing bay ox and you're growing the same variety in a greenhouse, but also in the field, that would count as 2 separate tests.
All right, so, but for example, if somebody had 1,000 acres growing of one variety outdoors, that would be one test versus somebody having 5 acres with 5 different varieties, 1 per acre, that would actually be 5 tests, correct?
That's right.
All right, any other questions or comments from the board members? No? All right, now we'd like to throw it open to the members of the audience. Does anyone have any questions or comments about the testing procedures? All right, come up to the mic.
Good morning. My name is George Bianchini. A couple points. Number one, we have the federal farm bill coming up with the McConnell rider. Some things on there will supersede and some won't current state laws. So a lot of what you're doing right here may be moot anyway, and we need to get crops in the ground. So there's some things that can be done that may be able to facilitate that while we wait to take care of some of these details later. Now, what wasn't talked about is how much of the plant is taken, where the sample is taken. Then on this 30-day notification, at what point, and then exactly how many days. For instance, in Nevada, it's exactly 14 days, and then you have to harvest on that day, okay? Otherwise, the tests are not accurate. So you need to go over that. On the remediate or destroy, I kind of disagree, and there's some reasons for that, is being also in the cannabis industry, and currently we spend around $15,000 a month on cannabis testing. I can tell you that for them to be within 20% is maybe 1 out of 3. So if a test fails and we're going to go out and destroy it, you're going to fire up the attorneys and everybody's going to get sued if it was a mistake. So I think one of the forms of remediation should be a retesting of some sort. Also, highly recommend against using any labs that test regular cannabis. One of the reasons for the inaccuracy, there is no cleaning of the machines. The way they do the testing and the way they're set up for is normally on most of the labs, and I use most of them in Northern California, anything below 0.5 is considered ND, non-detected. That's what the regular cannabis test, because state law has a threshold of 5%, and the new machines all based upon that. So I would recommend we use the labs that did not go with the cannabis testing, and there's many good ones out there, and that's the only way you're going to get those lower price tests anyway. Counties with no commissioners. I'm in a county with no commissioner, so a lot of that is how do you deal with those things? Okay, so the THC portion. We talked about having the THC tested. There was a slide up there, and it started talking about THCA. So are we going to allow artificial modification of cannabinoids? The state law is Delta-9 THC. So the last test I just sent out, they did me a favor and decarboxylated and turned the hemp into a different number because they decarboxylated THC. Now that's done with regular marijuana, but it's not done with hemp. So the test and the language should say THC only with no cannabinoid modification, no modification, okay? And for instance, it should say that because I can take CBD and make THC all day long out of it. So you should have some laws saying that the cannabinoid cannot be modified. That's all I have to say on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, next comment.
I'm kind of curious for clarification on the THC. It's the THCA, the Delta-9 is the only thing that's psychoactive. So most state, or other states like Oregon and Colorado, that's all they test for, because that's the psychoactive part. The other THCs have a benefit, but not hallucinogenic. So I would look maybe more at Oregon and Colorado. They seem to be the leaders in the industry.
If you wouldn't mind stating your name for the record.
It's Randy Jordan.
Randy, thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Boucher. I'm with Farmtiva. We're currently involved in a research project in Imperial Valley, as I think most of you know, and we are doing testing. One of the protocols for any type of growing is monitoring your testing procedures and having those in place just to see where your cannabinoid profile are. And I just wanted to kind of reiterate what everyone else said is, like, once you start adding the THCA, Delta-8, and then THC, Delta-9, you could have some anomalies and it would really increase depending on where you're at. And number two, what laboratory are you using with the HPLCs, and are they calibrated? So people could be using different labs. So for our efficacy to really find out what our true cannabinoid profiles are, we use 3 different tests, and it's kind of our SOP to standardize where we're at with the cannabinoids. One test just doesn't do it for efficacy. So that's really important, is choosing the correct labs and labs that are calibrated and do share some of the IP. So you will run into some problems there. So my recommendation is just really, searching out the correct labs that are calibrated, and again, not testing or using the Delta-8 or THCA. It's the Delta-9 really that is the key component that should be looked at. And that's my recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris. Wayne?
Hi, good morning. Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association, California Hemp Foundation. We too have 8 research farms currently underway in California. In your packets, I believe you have a note from us on our position related to testing and crop destruction. I'd just like to point that out. I know we're not really addressing that exactly at this moment, but it is related. My comments related to exactly what we're talking about on testing is a reiteration of what I said last time. Last meeting, which is the machinery for testing needs to be separate. I don't believe their cleaning methodology, there is no specific cleaning methodology that produces a 0 THC residue on the equipment, period. Until they can prove that, I think the equipment needs to be separate. Because our threshold is so low on the THC side, any contamination will offset those tests. And I'm very much concerned that while they want to be more efficacious in their spending of money for their equipment, that doesn't work to our benefit. And so I want to reiterate that position of our association. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne. We have another commenter.
I'm Wake McDaniel, Sutter County. I'm interested in clarification on processing and what are the guidelines for setting a processing plant to process hemp, and for the oils and for byproducts, and what is the state regulations?
Okay, thank you. I think that would be under a different topic that we're not talking about, but I think those questions can be answered at the end of our meeting when people can come up with other comments. Because right now we're just talking about the testing. But thank you. All right, any other comments from people in the audience? All right, I want to point out, these were some pretty good comments that people brought up, and let's make some clarifications here. One, I believe the law says that what needs to be tested right now is THC I don't remember if it actually distinguishes and says Delta 9 THC. Josh, do you know if that's an actual, something that's distinguished?
So I'm looking at the law right now. The law simply states THC, tetrahydrocannabinol. There's no reference to Delta 9 in current law. I don't know if that's changed in SB 1409, but in current law, it's not.
All right, because as our audience members pointed out, there's a difference between THCA and just Delta 9 THC. And since it's a little bit vague in the law, it would be important for the board to basically clarify that part. Just so everyone knows, THCA is a precursor, I believe, to THC, and it's a non-psychoactive component or not part of it. And we should probably clarify that what would be tested should be Delta 9 THC. Therefore, it would prevent unfair spikes in the testing, people coming in a little bit hot with that. The other item brought up was the how good the labs are, or how effective could they be subject to contamination was one instance, or the actual sensitivity of the lab equipment if it's able to test it to the level of a 0.% of the THC, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3. Allison, when you were talking to some of the labs, did they make any comments on that? And does being certified alleviate any of those concerns?
Talking to the labs, I'm not going to mention any names. They said they clean their equipment and they do hemp already, but they do it under testing cannabinoids. And the farmer has the freedom here to pick what lab, because there are labs that are better than some labs. And if I was a farmer, I'd make sure that I went to a lab that I knew did correct testing. It's basically up to the farmer, not up to us.
Very good point. Anything else?
So I feel a push to get this done for the farmers to be able to grow next year. And, you know, with the extensive time we've put into this, you know, we've talked to agricultural testing facilities. They don't have the SOPs to do this testing, unless I'm just not calling the right places. You know, I understand that it could be iffy and risky to send these hemp samples to cannabis testing facilities, but what's the other choice? You know, we have 40 plus, 30 plus labs that could take these samples in for next year and that are willing to, or we could say, okay, well, only the labs that have a separate machine, and that might end up being 2 for next year. And so imagine the bottleneck there. So, you know, unless you guys have any other actual labs or groups of labs out there that could do this differently, or that are, you know, willing to say by next year they'll fund separate facilities, this is the only thing that makes sense to me.
I'd like to address a couple things that you said. So if for anybody that's ever worked in a lab, you completely understand that there can be errors. It just happens. And you mentioned that if you were taking one sample from 1,000 acres and that sample got mixed up with something else, you're going to destroy 1,000 acres of hemp. That's pretty outrageous, actually, without doing a second sampling. So part of the fact that maybe there isn't an SOP designed, that you could get false positives and things like that, I think it's very appropriate of us to allow for a second sampling to make sure that what's coming up is actually exceeding the allowances. I can't imagine that we would rush out and destroy 1,000 acres, or even 5, which could undo an individual, just with one positive sample that could be wrong. I mean, it's not that difficult to run a second sample, and I think that should at least be the minimum that we allow for remediation.
Thank you, Valerie. I think the current law under Proposition 64, it did allow for another test, but it was if the original one fell within a range. Would you elaborate a little bit on that, Josh, if you don't mind?
Sure, I'm trying to pull up the law on my phone as we speak. Hold on, give me just a second to make sure that we're on here. So, yeah. Do you have it? So yeah, I mean, the upper limit is greater than 1%. So if the test comes back as between 0.3% and 1%, then I believe that the law does allow for a retest currently, but I'm looking for the exact language. Oh, yeah, so if the laboratory, it's, well, section 81006F, 6. If the laboratory test report indicates a percentage content of THC that is greater than 0.3% and does not exceed 1%, the registrant that grows industrial hemp shall submit additional samples for testing of the industrial hemp grown. So it actually requires additional testing by law. But I guess the question.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily address the issue of, say, a sample getting mixed up with another sample, because if it exceeds 1% and you have a sample that's been mixed up with something else, especially if a lab runs not just hemp, but other types of samples, then you could not meet those requirements that you just read. It seems like it should just be automatic that a second sample should be run, regardless of the numbers.
On that comment, I believe you have to follow the law. It's not necessarily up to the Department of Agriculture's discretion on it.
Not generally. I mean, if something is specifically stated in the law, we don't usually have discretion to change it at will. You know, if the board would like to make recommendations, even ones that are in conflict with current law or proposed law, I mean, that's something that we'll pursue. But, you know, there may be limitations on what the department actually can enact based off the board's recommendations. So, I mean, the board can certainly recommend changes and we can do our best to work with them, but there may be some limitations there.
And I don't have the text of, I think it's 1409, the new law. Is there any of this testing addressed in the new law that anyone knows about?
I don't believe that those sections changed, but I don't know if anyone's familiar. I'm seeing heads shaking no.
I know the destruction time changed with the over 1%. It was changed from it had to be done within 48 hours to it needed to be, I believe, started within 48 hours and completed within 7 days. That's the only change I'm aware of with the testing or destruction.
All right, any other comments or questions on all of this? I'll do a little summary. I tend to think that these labs, if they are accredited, then they are following standard procedures in terms of cleaning their equipment. I would hope that, but certainly I've worked in a lab, and yes, mistakes can be made, and it would be a shame if something, due to one mistake, one test, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 acres would have to be destroyed. That seems like a bit of a shame. But then, Allison, you did say that, and Richard, you did say that the farmer can choose the lab, and while there are many that work for the Bureau of Cannabis Control, not all of them work exclusively for the Bureau of Cannabis Control. So it'd be up to the farmer, including using one that might be far away in the state. Tom?
Just a thought as you were saying that, could a farmer opt to test 2-3 times at his cost? I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that you guys specified that only one sample could be taken. I think it just says at least one sample, 5 plants. I think you guys use the term at least, so I don't see why there wouldn't be additional samples that could be taken. I don't see the harm in doing that either.
Right, and also I think the farmer has the opportunity prior to doing any official sampling with the state, they can be testing it ahead of time on their own, just privately to see where they're coming out at. Okay, we have another public comment. Come on up.
Mary Bright. For the sampling, why aren't you guys considering doing a split sample at the time that the samples are taken? So there, if the samples are over, you could immediately do a second sampling at that time, like you do with blood and urine samples?
Very good suggestion.
Yeah.
Any other comment?
That, no, that
Yeah,
would just
that's
like
it. All right.
alleviate all of this second testing and days later and all of that if split samples were taken at the time.
Right. I don't think I think this is where the law is vague, where we could, in our recommendations, say that it's more than one test. You know, as you say, a split, but then, of course, it would be double the cost for the farmer to
No,
do that.
you only test the split sample if the first sample comes back over, and then you have part of that original sample, and then you test it. That's how the split samples
Can you
work.
clarify that a little bit? I'm not following.
So at the time that you pull the sample, you split it. You have the one that goes to the lab, and then the one that, for your chain of custody, goes, it can go to the lab too and just be on hold. And then when that sample comes back and it's over, then they can pull from that sample as well. And you can choose to either send it to another lab for testing or have that lab retest it at the same time. But it is a completely separate sample, and it has everybody's signatures on it for chain of custody.
Okay, well, that's a very good idea. Everyone's shaking their head on this. All right, this is actually a pretty important thing that we're trying to decide here because, you know, this could literally make or break an entire farm, you know, at the time. You know, the most horrible thing, it comes over 1% over and somebody's entire, you know, year's work goes right down the drain. Josh, we have another comment? Oh, hey, yeah, please, come on up.
GV Ayers with General Rivers Consulting. Just would point out that there appears to be nothing in the current law or in what is set up by SB 1409, if signed, that would limit it just to one test being made. But there's also seems to be in 1409 some leeway for the department to actually put some additional procedures in, because what it does is it would authorize the department to establish procedures for testing. And one of the things it does is additional procedures as necessary to ensure accuracy and sanitation of samples and fields. So additional procedures to ensure accuracy could conceivably include additional testing to follow up. That's just my input.
Very good, thank you. That's a very good point for 1409. Do we have any other comments right here? Once again, this seems like a very important subject that we're working on right now. Once again, we don't want, you know, by the air or just a fluke for somebody's year's life's work to go down the drain and literally bankrupt a person for something like this. I don't think we have to make any decisions today, but go ahead, Richard, you had a question?
Well, back to 1409, it says here the grower or the farmer shall submit additional samples with an S for testing, so they can do as much testing as they want. I mean, if I was a farmer, I'd test it 6 months, and I'd do more than one test.
Are you talking privately, or were they testing it on their own for their own reference, or submitting it for the state?
Test it on their own.
So it looks like we have one more comment, but just to kind of get the board some clarity on what, you know, on us to being able to move forward, some of the other requirements of SB 1409 is for us to have department-approved laboratories and to define what those are. So I did want to kind of check with the board to see if there was some kind of a consensus on that today, or if that's something that's going to require further discussion down the line, because at least that would give us something to begin to work on in the interest of possibly having SB 1409 signed, which would have to happen this week. And then, you know, if there are additional topics that need to be further hashed out, then we can certainly continue on those as things move along. But I'll give it over to the comment.
Hi, Wayne Richmond again, California Hemp Foundation and Association. You know, we're all hopeful that 1409 will get signed, but we keep referring to it like it's done, and it isn't. And so, as you just pointed out, Josh, we have a week, and I'm going to make a call out right now to everybody who's listening and in this room to contact Jerry Brown's office today and every day until he signs it. We have a week. I know I'm walking over to his office following this meeting, and I encourage everybody else to come with me. But let's not get caught up on assuming that it's going to get signed, because there is no guarantee it's going to get signed. And while we all want it to get signed, our referring to it as being a done deal is really kind of counterproductive. The bigger thing, I think, if you want to look at legislation that really will change the game, is the federal legislation, of which we too can have some input if we contact all of our representatives. That too is in play right now. If that comes through, a lot of what we're discussing here is moot, as someone pointed out earlier. So I just wanted to point out, let's not get all caught up in 1409 and assuming it's passed and making decisions as if it's passed until it does pass. We may be surprised in a bad way, and I would hate to see us have to go back and redo all that work.
Right.
Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you, Wayne. Van?
Just to maybe try to summarize some things and get us to a point where we can make some decisions. So with the lab requirements, we had a nice slide on lab requirements. Can you go back to it? It's, I think, one back or two back. I mean, is there anything about these lab requirements that we wouldn't want to adopt? Just generally, my experience with the cannabis industry is things move very quickly. If there's 50 hemp farmers or 1,000 hemp farmers, a lab will open up that's really good at testing hemp. I don't think as a board we need to say that you're going to have separate equipment. You know, the market will sort of develop for that, I think. I don't think that's something we need to do. I don't know anything about testing or labs, but it seems like we could just say these are our requirements and we could have that done.
All right, any more comments? Josh, you wanted to say something?
No, just to summarize, so I mean, what they're, it looks like on the previous slide, and just to clarify, Allison and Richard, so your proposal was for the approved laboratory to be basically any ISO IEC 17025 accredited laboratory, correct? Okay. That's accredited for THC testing of hemp, I would assume, since I believe it is specified by test or crop or something. Yeah. Okay.
All right, I don't think it's really prudent for us today to make any final recommendations, mainly because we are a little up in the air about the law. SB 1409 might pass within, as Wayne said, it might pass this week, and it can change what a recommendation might be.
As far as an approved laboratory, so current law doesn't address it, and I think we do have the flexibility under current law to identify an approved laboratory. Well, actually, current law says a DEA, a registered laboratory, so I guess you're right, we don't have a recommendation on that. Although, the board could recommend this, and it would just be simply in addition to current requirements. So they'd have to be DEA registered and accredited by a ISO IEC 17025 accreditation body, which I think would be fine. But if that's something the board would like us to move forward on, I mean, if there is a consensus on that, it would be good to identify that now, just so that way we can start working on things behind the scenes. And the more that we add to that list, then it gets added to before things go out. But if there is, if there's not a consensus on that, then that's fine. But I did want to check with the board to see if there was consensus on what the approved laboratory would be and your recommendations on an approved laboratory. I think we'd already discussed testing procedures and things like that at previous meetings, and it sounded like we had some consensus on that before. But as far as an approved laboratory, is there a consensus from the board?
Yeah, I mean, what you have up here, which is ISO certified, and it doesn't necessarily have to be the PCC, it could be another one as long as it's ISO certified. That sounds like we can probably agree on that. Yep. Everyone? Okay, all right, do we need a vote for that, Josh? All right, everyone in favor?
Do we have if someone wants to make a motion to that?
I'll make a motion.
So Richard makes a motion that the department approved laboratory for THC testing be any ISO IEC 17025 accredited laboratory. All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Is there any further discussion? And then we'll open it up to public comment as well, since we've got a motion on the table.
I have some comments. In an interest to move things along as well, could could we make a motion to approve either option 1 or 2? To kind of expedite things? I think we should.
I think we can do parts of this, but there might be, from the comments, we may have to wait simply because we don't know what the law will be, but let's kind of take it one little part at a time. So maybe not all as one thing, but let's kind of approve little bits of it. Right now, we're saying just what laboratory it would be, which would be an ISO certified lab for the first part of it, and then we'll continue. I mean, we're not going to end it right here. We're going to continue to go for a few more things.
I think, though, the only difference between these two options, though, is just deciding today if it's the county ag commissioners going to assist with the sampling or they're not.
Right, yeah, that would be the next thing on
I think we
there.
could do that today.
Yeah,
decide
I
on
agree
that.
with that part.
So is there going to be, so if you'd like to have some discussion on if you want to include the approved sampler and who would do the sampling before possibly amending the motion, and that's something the board can do right now if you'd like. If not, we can do we've got a motion on the table that you can vote on and then address that separately afterwards. That would be up to, it's Richard's motion. So if you'd like to have some additional consideration, that's fine. And if not, then we can we still need to make sure we have discussion and public comment.
Right, and one other issue that I think we can all agree on is that the testing should be for delta 9 THC, not just THC blank.
Yeah, so let's handle testing method separately, since I believe we had discussion on that at previous meetings, and we would probably need to go back into that a little bit.
All right, do you want to amend your motion, Richard?
You're off.
Oh, I'll amend my motion to include option 2.
Option number 2. Okay, so the motion is the ISO certified labs, and then option number 2, which would be, it would be the farmer and the rep from the lab would handle the testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Any other, Van, you had a discussion?
I'm just wondering if we should add one more line in option number 2 about retesting, where it just says, lab sends results to Farm and County Ag Commissioners, retesting takes place if necessary.
That's, I think,
Is that a
that's
different
addressed,
topic?
I think, in the law currently, or
As far as who performs retesting, or what's the question?
can you repeat that?
It seemed like there was a feeling that there should be a way for people to retest, and it seems like the retesting then should be part of the procedure that we prescribe. And so I'm just saying that when the lab sends back results to the Farm and County Ag Commissioner, at that point, the next step is if you need to retest, that's where that would take place. And it would make sense to have that as part of our flow chart here.
So right now, the motion on the table is the who. I mean, if you would like to get more into
So-
the procedure and methodology on this motion, that's fine. That's up to
No,
the board.
let's just
but-
vote, sorry, I didn't
Okay, you're
understand.
fine.
We were just voting on, not really option 2, we're just voting on the specific
The
part of
who,
option
yeah.
2 about who takes the samples.
Correct. So
Perfect,
so the
sorry.
motion on the table is that the approved laboratory would be an ISO accredited laboratory, and that the approved sampler would be a laboratory representative from the laboratory. Okay.
All right, any other comments from the board before we vote? On the, just those two, we'll continue with a few more things.
And we'll
then-
go to public comment
yeah.
also before we vote.
Yeah, gentlemen, you want to make a public comment?
GV Ayers with Gentle Rivers Consulting. Good job pushing forward on that. And I would suggest that you might consider, just in the interest of expediting things going forward, amending your motion to make it contingent upon the signing of SB 1409. So therefore, if it is not signed, and it will be a binary issue, it'll either be signed or vetoed this week. So if it is signed, then you could make your motion effective, or if it is not signed, then you may want to have a backup plan in that sense. Because if it's not signed, what has in law is a DEA registered lab. But if it's signed into law, it's one approved by CDFA, which according to your motion would be, your suggestion would be an ISO certified. And I would suggest also regarding that, if it's a CDFA approved lab, that approval is not taken in the broader sense of that CDFA would be registering labs, laboratories in that sense. So that would be good. Anyway, just some thoughts. Also, as you move forward in this, there may be some agricultural commissioners or some counties who wish to be more involved in it. So there is a very reality that they may push back and urge a bifurcated option for who is there for the sampling. That's just a thought. Anyway, that's not a fatal thing. Anyway.
Thank you very much. All right, we got another comment.
Randy Jordan with United Hemp Farmers. I just wanted to offer something for clarification if I could. I have an example of a test that in Oregon, it passed the field test. The Department of Agriculture approved this stuff. And then if you were to look at these test results, it would pass in Oregon and Colorado, but it would fail here by, like, it comes as 0.31. So it would pass everywhere else, but not here. And I can pass this around, show you where the THCA is sufficient.
Right. When you're talking the difference between a 0.1% and 1/100%, and I think the law is just up to a 0.1%. I'm correct on that, right?
So the law simply says 0.3% THC or 0.3% THC. It doesn't specify any rounding or consideration of errors or anything like that. And I think that's something that would need to be discussed if you're discussing laboratory actual test procedures and how the results get reported. I think that's a broader discussion there.
Right, I think, but the point I was trying to make, I guess, is where the THC Delta 9 is only 0.1, but when you add the others, then it becomes 0.31.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments from the audience on this? Oh, yep, Rick.
So the motion's going to include option 2. So to be clear, the Ag Commissioner's offices in California would be involved, and we're going to receive a pre-harvest report. We're going to get the lab results, and then we're supposed to confirm the destruction, but we're not involved in the testing. And as someone just mentioned, if we're not involved in the testing, you're going to get pushback from the Ag Commissioners Association.
Can you reiterate a little bit more?
I'm recommending that you give the option for the counties that want to be involved to do the testing, because if we're not involved in any of these processes, we need to have someone from our office out in the field to do this confirmation and be involved with the chain of custody on these samples. If we're going to be involved in the other aspects, we need to be involved in the whole process.
All right, does anyone else have a comment on that? Anyone from the audience have a comment on that part? All right, as we do have, I think our very next topic is the destruction or remediation of the field. I think maybe we can address that at that part. Or you're thinking they've got to be somehow connected?
Well, no, my specific comment, if you're going with option 2, is we're excluded from being involved in sampling.
Can I ask a quick question, though? Do you have the right to observe that if you choose to do so? Without us putting it in here?
I would think we could, but again, it gets back to the law with us being reimbursed for all of it. But I've thought of that as well. So I don't. It doesn't preclude us or exclude us saying we can't be there. But I would highly recommend that it's included for the counties that want to do that. Not all counties may want to do it.
I'm still not quite following where the problem is with it. Can you give an example of where this might be a conflict?
In my county, and I think the majority of counties, we're called out to receive the pre-harvest report. We are going to get the lab results, and then we're required to confirm destruction of something we're not involved with the actual obtaining of that sample. We're allowing a third party that has no regulatory oversight as far as I can see.
Right. So to put it another way, the county is being required to take action by observing the destruction, confirming the destruction on a sample that's not collected and tested under a regulatory oversight.
Correct.
All right, do we have any other comment on that?
Could we possibly put in there that if there was destruction or a second test, they would oversee that second test, or is that?
Well,
seems
once
or
you
they would just eliminate-
register with the ag commissioner can go out there anytime that he wants to check on the crop. And I have no problem putting something in there if some counties aren't gonna approve it. But with this being a new industry, I'd rather see it go over to the private part and have that industry grow. I mean, the ag commissioner is, like I said, anytime they want, they have the right to go out there and check that crop. And if they want to go out there for testing and be an observer, I have no problem with that.
Rick, is your concern that if it comes back positive or high, or I should say too high, and the county has to oversee the destruction, you're concerned that there's going to be conflict between the farmer and the county at that point if they're overseeing the destruction? I'm still not quite sure where the problem is with that.
I think Josh clarified that. We're called out to do a variety of tasks in option 2. That's not required by law, but this would be a possible regulatory requirement. And then the final, if it is to be destroyed, we're also involved in doing that, but we're not involved in obtaining the sample. And that's the critical part to all of this. So for the Ag Commissioner's Office to be involved, I think you're going to have pushback from majority of counties that are allowing industrial hemp to be grown, that the Ag Commissioners has these requirements, but they're not allowed to be, or not required, to be involved in obtaining the sample for the chain of custody, for these official samples that are involved in this whole process.
Yeah. Just to give a context for another example of something separate that we deal with. So for plant pathogens, if you have a plant that's tested positive for a pathogen that would normally be something we would take regulatory action on. Well, if that was sampled and tested and it wasn't taken by a regulatory official or wasn't tested at a official laboratory, we can't go out and require destruction of that plant. We can place it on hold because we suspect that it is, has this disease that we're concerned with, but we can't actually require destruction of that plant until we actually have either a county or CDFA official go out, collect an official sample, send it to the official state or federal laboratory, and get that result back. And so Rick's concern is, here we've got a situation where they are required to take action. They're required to ensure that this crop is, this field is abated because it doesn't meet the statutory requirements. But they're not involved, there's no official sample, there's no regulatory official that's actually taking the sample and overseeing that chain of custody. It's being done privately outside of that system, and so that's their concern. And there's no, yes, it's ISO accredited, but that's not a government agency. There's no kind of oversight there as far as a government agency taking action, if that makes sense.
All right, well, what if there might be a solution, whereas if it's negative, then the farmer can go ahead and harvest, but if it comes out positive or too high for THC, then we would maybe get the county involved to test it.
Or as another alternative, you can remove the Ag Commissioner's Office from all of the functions on option 2. Have someone else do that.
Was that in the law, and it had to be destroyed by the?
No, there's nothing in the law that specifies, I don't think there's anything in SB 1409, but in current law, there's nothing that specifies oversight of the destruction of that crop.
All right, okay, so that's a very good point. All right, well, to your motion, we're only having 2 parts to the motion right now. Maybe we'll make that what you're talking about as a part of the report on destruction and remediation. That is, your motion right now is that we use the accredited labs, and now I'm forgetting, what was the second part of it? It was? Right, yeah,
So it was the
option
sampler
2, right.
being
Then
a
it's
laboratory.
it doesn't have to require an employee from the County Department of Agriculture. All right, so just those points, not getting to the destruction part. Would you like to, I think we can agree to that and then take on, then our very next thing that we'll talk about what you were discussing, Rick. Would you like to make a motion again, Rick? Just reiterate it again one more time, Richard.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for option 2 and for also the labs. Mm-hmm.
So the motion is laboratories are accredited, are ISO 17025 accredited, and that the sampler for these samples, or at least for the initial samples, I don't know if we're adjusting that, but for the samples is a laboratory staff member. Valerie, did you have a?
So I think this is getting a little messy this way. So it would, in my opinion, it would be better to separate the motion into the first thing that we were talking about, which is the laboratory status, and then vote on that, and then come back. And we have to stop calling it option 2 because we're talking about just one thing in option 2, and we need to specify that in a separate motion.
Yep.
So I would be much more comfortable with handling it that way.
All right, yeah, that sounds good, Valerie. Why don't we take it as a two-part step? Why don't you make the first motion, let's have a vote. Second motion, just that one part, we'll have a vote, then we can get
So
on
it's
the
Richard's
destruction.
motion, so that's up to Richard if you'd like to go back to his original motion.
The original motion was for the ISO labs.
ISO accredited lab, and so that's, so you've re-amended your motion to go back to the original one. Okay.
All right, now, any other comments by the board or anyone in the public on that? Okay, all in favor then? Do we have a second for the motion?
Yeah, we had Allison.
Allison, all right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion passes.
Did anyone abstain from
Oh,
the?
anyone abstain?
Yeah,
Nope.
thank you.
Okay, and then you want to make your second motion.
The second motion would be option 2. I guess I shouldn't call it option 2. Okay. What would I call it?
Just read the one line from that option 2.
So what your original motion was that you were making a motion that recommending that the laboratory, that the person collecting the sample would be a representative of the approved laboratory.
That's my motion then.
All right, somebody want to second that motion? It basically looks like it's line 2 and option 2 that we're agreeing upon, which basically the farmer with a laboratory rep and does not have to involve a county employee. All right?
Can I ask one question? Sorry, I don't mean to be making this. I'm just wondering, are there areas where it would be really hard for a laboratory rep to get to, and you would rather have somebody from the county there? I mean, I'm just wondering, like, are there farms that are really far away from labs, and you're gonna have to pay someone to drive 4 hours? Are we setting ourselves up to?
There probably is, but then they can even be farther from a county agriculture commissioner. And also, I think private labs would be more inclined to drive.
Before there's further conversation, was there a second on that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
All right, I think we'll be ready to vote on that second part. All in favor?
Hold on. I don't know if there's any further public comments, but we do have a new motion on the table. So if there are additional public comments, yeah, please come up.
I just wanted to clarify.
If you wouldn't mind stating your name.
Oh, I'm Lane LeBay. I'm a farmer out of Plymouth County.
Thank you.
You say representative, is that employee?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other public comments on our motion on the table right now? Valerie?
So this may be a really naive question, but could we put laboratory representative or ag commissioner representative with farm rep takes the samples?
That's up to you.
I have no problem with that.
Putting an or in there. with it, saying one or the
Well,
other?
Yeah, I mean, the idea would be that if you're really far away from a lab, you're 4 hours away from a lab, which could easily be the case because they don't necessarily cluster in all the locations where people would be growing, or you're really far away from an ag commissioner's office, or maybe there isn't a commissioner's office there, but this would still provide oversight for the farmer taking the sample that it's taken correctly. However, who makes that decision? I mean, I think that's the question about it, but if that's a possibility, that would give the ag commissioner's office the opportunity to be involved and the lab also to be involved. I don't know if it has enough teeth in it, but it's something maybe we should discuss.
All right, anyone have a comment on Valerie's comment or suggestion?
I think you maybe add more to that and say, at the discretion of the farmer, either a laboratory representative or agricultural commissioner representative may take samples together with COC.
I would be a little bit hesitant to adding a county employee, because at that moment, then if it's up to the farmer to make that decision, then all of a sudden you're putting a burden on the county at that point. And at that point, they might decide that they have to charge, if they could be the ones required, that they could increase the cost of the permit process or charge more for sending an employee out there. I don't think you need to worry too much about private companies doing it, because they'll normally, people will jump to the occasion.
Rick, can you explain again why it would not be a good idea to just say, yeah, our recommendation be one or the other, and then the county decide how they want it to be?
I'm not clear on the question, so if we, as the board, offered option 1 or 2, and it would be up to the counties to decide?
Right, as the board, we suggest we want either the laboratory or the county to do the sampling, and then the county then decides which way they want to do it. They have to do one or the other.
That works for what I've been arguing.
Because for counties that don't want to be involved, they wouldn't have to be involved that way. And they could just defer to the laboratory and have, maybe they work well with a specific laboratory, and that would be.
Correct, but please be aware that I think the majority of counties are going to want to do this. A perfect example is what Josh is saying is, if we're involved in the process, we would want regulatory oversight. We're not going to do, the majority of us, I'm assuming, aren't going to take a regulatory action based on a private or an independent lab. It needs to be an official sample, and we need a chain of custody for that.
All right, we had another comment from the audience.
Randy Jordan again. How about if we did the split sample like the ladies mentioned, and then they get that split sample, the agriculture commissioner?
Because I think that the issue is that taking the sample is really important and not just receiving the sample. It's how the sample is taken. So if they wanted to be present for the taking of the sample, which seems reasonable from the accuracy point of view. Not that the labs are not accurate, but if you guys are saying that you need the chain of command, it doesn't change much to just receive a sample later on.
The labs are certified, aren't they? I mean,
Yes. Yeah, there's no government oversight of the laboratories. So just to be clear, just so everyone understands, the recommendation is to use an ISO, IEC accredited laboratory. That's not a government agency. So there's accreditation, but there's no actual government oversight of the laboratories, either by state, county, or federal government.
All right, we had another comment from the audience.
Poonam Chandra from CDFA. I agree with the gentleman's comment that sampling, whatever results the lab produces is as good as the sampling. So if the sample is not done properly, the results will not reflect the actual concentration. So to take action or something that you don't feel comfortable with, which is sampling, that's not a good scientific explanation for that. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comments on this? A lot of opinions on this one today.
I'd just like to say, one thing, and I, I think said at the very outset that I like the idea of doing both because worst case scenario for the hemp farmers is the ag commissioners don't want to be involved. And, if it's a pain in the butt for the farmers to work with the ag commissioners, that's one thing. But if the ag commissioners say, hey, this doesn't work for us, we don't want to be involved with something like this, you're just not going to grow hemp, that's a much worse outcome. And so, I think having that flexibility where the ag commissioners are able to intervene in a way that makes them, a supporter of this crop is probably where we should be.
Well, and an additional comment to that is if the ag commissioner doesn't have time to do the testing at the time that it needs to be done, or you don't have the personnel, maybe there's some other huge issue that came up in the county. So this would allow for both options, but somebody has to have the discretion to make that call as to how it goes. I mean, is the ag commissioner the one that does that, or how does that work? We're all looking at you, I guess.
No, that's fine. Is the ag commissioner the one that does what?
So if we say the ag commissioner or the laboratory can take the sample, that would solve the problem that Van's talking about and also solve the issue of if there's not enough time for your inspectors. Maybe you're in a small county, you have very few inspectors to get out there and inspect everything, but somebody has to make the decision as to whether or not the lab does it or you do it.
The way that I'm seeing this is we would get direction from our Board of Supervisors. Number one, if this is a crop that's going to be allowed to grow in our county, and then if we have both options available, the board may allow us to do both, or it may only want private industry to do that, but more than likely, they're probably going to want the Agricultural Commission to do that if they're going to allow industrial hemp in the county.
So just to be clear, kind of there's three different, we've got a motion on the table, and then there's been a couple other alternative suggestions that have also been proposed. So I just kind of want to sum up where the conversation's at and see what the board is kind of leaning towards, and if you guys are going to be moving forward with what's been proposed. So the motion on the table was to recommend that the laboratory representative, laboratory employee, collect the sample, and then there have been two kind of alternatives to that suggestion. One is the laboratory representative or the county agricultural commissioner at the farmer's discretion, and the other one is the laboratory representative or the county agricultural commissioner at the commissioner's discretion. And those were basically the three options that have come up. So I don't know if there wants to be, just to let you guys know where we're at and see how you want to move forward.
All right, any other comments or questions on that? Right now, we do have the one motion that, as Richard has it right now, and hasn't been seconded. Why don't we take a vote on that one, and if that doesn't pass, we can move to the other ones. The way it is right now is that the testing would be done by the employee of the accredited lab, and the farmer does not have to involve county employees. We have another comment before we vote.
I just have another question. On other crops that are have testing required, who takes those tests? Are there other crops that we consume that are tested?
It depends on the crop and the program.
But
so as Rick was pointing out, and if you need, say you require a phytosanitary certification to ship to another country, the county agricultural commissioner issues that phytosanitary certificate, and generally they're the ones that collect the sample unless there's some other form of accreditation by a government official. But generally it's government officials that collect samples for most programs, but it kind of depends on what the program is and what they're looking at. There's a wide variation.
Okay, any other comments from the audience? This is going on a while here. All right, I think the motion's on, we got one more. Okay, Tony.
Tony DeVera. There was a comment earlier, and I don't think you guys ever clarified it, but has the nature and quality of the actual samples already been defined here by the board? Is it the responsibility of the board to do that, or is that defined elsewhere? Because you opened the discussion with quoting a law from South Carolina, where it seemed to say that it's up to the lab to determine what the sample is and how they do the testing. Is that what we're doing? Because there's a pretty big difference between like a piece of flower homogenizing a branch, you know? So, and I'm not sure if that's also outside of the context of this discussion. I understand that as well.
We've clarified that at other meetings.
Previous meetings, okay.
In the last meeting, we clarified all of that.
So then, what is it?
So right now, the discussion after that conversation at the last meeting, the one thing that was left open from that was the still remaining question of what lab is doing the testing. And so this is to kind of further that conversation, of completing that conversation. So at the last meeting, they discussed, Allison and Richard presented recommendations on what was included in a sample, what kind of sample needed to be taken in the field, and what those procedures looked like. But there was an open question from the board as far as who would be collecting the sample and who would be processing it. And so that's the conversation today.
Okay, so I'll check the minutes from the last meeting then.
Yeah.
To see
Yeah.
what we determined what the sample would be.
The handouts are available online.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments? We still have the motion on the table. We're all ready to take a vote, I guess. All in favor for the motion that's on the table, or by Richard, seconded by Allison. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, how many ayes is that? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're abstaining. Okay, so
Just to be clear, how about we, just to make sure, since it looks like there's some not a unanimous vote this time around, how about we just, let's raise hands for those and we'll just note them for the minutes, just to make sure we're clear on who's voting yes, no, and abstaining.
Okay, all in favor, raise your hand.
Okay, so we've got Lawrence, Tom, Richard, and Josh.
Okay, anybody against, raise your hand.
And again, so we've got Allison, Valerie, Van, and Rick, so we have a 4.
Wow, we got a tie. All right, Allison, you actually even seconded it. No.
I think
That's
he
perfectly
seconded it.
okay. No, Tom
But
did, yeah.
I like the option of giving flexibility. You know, there could be counties where the ag commissioner can't go out and take these samples and they want to sub in the laboratory. I think flexibility is a better option, and giving the ag commissioner more control, or each county more control.
Is there someone for the board that would like to make any motion?
I like the idea of at the discretion of the farmer, in an effort to control cost for the farmer, they can decide if they want the county to oversee it or the lab to oversee it. Just out of the idea that maybe they're too remote for a private lab to get there.
It seems like that would maybe disconnect governmental regulation there, letting the farmer choose versus a consistent, at least within county.
Yeah, so to steal a point from Rick before, the counties would like to know kind of what their role is going to be ahead of time so they can plan accordingly. And if the farmer has discretion on whether they're going to call the commissioner each year, the county can't really prepare for that. And so that could also, again, create a bottleneck because the county wouldn't be able to hire appropriately and wouldn't know what their role is going to be from year to year.
It's true.
Oh boy, we're in a bit of a pickle here. Let's try maybe looking at this in another way. Rick, your concern was the county not having control over the who would do the testing, but then you might be required to oversee the destruction. Is that correct?
Correct. So for me, and again, I'm probably speaking for the majority of the ag commissioners, as outlined here, we would need to be part of the entire process. Otherwise, remove the ag commissioner from all of the other aspects of the roles on this process and have another agency do that.
Josh, would it be prudent for us to go to the second topic where we talk about destruction, see if we can figure out on that part and then come back to this first part?
Sure. Yeah, if the board would like to move on to a new topic and then come back to this agenda item later, I think that would be fine. If you'd like to take a quick break. since we've
Yeah,
been going for
yeah, we need to have a
an hour and
quick
half.
break. Yeah, all right, why don't we take a 5 to 10 minute break? We'll be back at, let's say, 10 to 12.
Okay, and if, board members, if you want to give people an extra 5 minutes or so,
Yeah, all
board
right, why
members
don't
could
we make it,
review the minutes
yeah,
during
we'll
the
make
break
it
as
5
well.
to
We can come
12.
back to that as well.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back at 5 minutes to 12, and board members can read the notes from the July meeting.
Thanks, Michelle. So there is no tiebreaker person? No, we didn't identify that. I think at this point, it's pretty clear.
All right, everyone. Break time's over. We'll get back to the meeting. And we want to do approve the minutes. Okay. I lost my place. There's that. There we go. All right, everyone in the audience, if you could please sit down. We'll start the meeting again. And we're going to go back to the beginning, and hopefully we've had some time to review the notes of the July 25th, 2018 board meeting. They weren't part of the handout, and I would like to ask any member of the board if they've had some time to review it, and if there's any changes or corrections they want to make to the minutes of the meeting. Nope, okay, no changes to the minutes of the meeting. All right, so I'll make a motion to accept the minutes for the July 25th, 2018 meeting as presented. Does anyone second the motion? Richard?
Second.
And Allison, both? All right. Any further discussion before we vote from the board or from any public comments on the July 25th meeting? Nope. Okay. All in favor of accepting the notes, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, say nay. And anyone abstain? Nope. Okay. The notes are approved. All right. What we'll do, we came up with a tie on the last agenda item, which was who was going to kind of, we had the how in the meeting, last month's meeting, then this meeting we were doing the who, as in who was doing the testing. Still a bit of, we couldn't quite come to an agreement on how to do that, but possibly if we begin to talk about what would happen if a crop were to fail. Basically, how would we handle the crop destruction? Perhaps that could help us with the second part on who's going to do the testing. So we have a crop destruction method task report led by Allison Justice and Richard Soria, and I think, oh, what one?
I apologize. It's actually led by Josh Chase and Tom
Pierce. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, Tom or Josh, do you want to give your report?
Yeah, so Tom and I worked on this report, and Michelle did a lot of research, and we came up with report, or we came up with suggestions, or we found things from 19 different states, and we'll quickly review those, and then we'll review our recommendations. So let's see, let's move to the next slide, and then let's move to the next one. Okay, so these are kind of a summary of what we found. We found 5 states said their destruction methods were in an approved manner. 4 states were in they had specified methods and an approved plus an approved manner. 2 states allowed reconditioning or remediation. 1 state was destroyed by the department. 5 were kind of in limbo, and they were to be announced. 2 of them that we contacted didn't have a program at all. So go on to the next slide.
Hey, Josh, before you move on, just really quickly, so when you say an approved manner, do you just mean that the state requirement was simply that the crop had to be destroyed in a manner approved by the department, and they didn't get specific?
Yes, so we're going to go over 4 of the states, and then in the back of this PDF, there's the remaining 15 states. So if anybody wants to go back to it and look through all of them in specific detail, they can go through it then.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, okay. So the patterns of destruction we saw were seize, burn or incinerate, plow or incorporate it back into the soil, or remediate it into usable products. Go to the next slide. So these are specific states. Arizona is currently developing regulations regarding crop destruction. Statutorily, they're authorized to seize and destroy the crop, harvested crop, or seeds out of compliance. Go on to the next slide. Minnesota allows the commissioner to set rules, but basically anything over 0.3% is considered marijuana, and it is, I forget, the writing's really small on here, but it's, I believe it's destroyed with oversight from the state. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, Oklahoma, they have a kind of a odd, or they have a different thing from everyone else, but they specifically state that it has to be burned, or it's incineration or fire. Let's move on to the next one. South Carolina, they're in the remediation area. There was 2 types of remediation. One was exceeding 1% requires destruction. Stuff between 0.3 and 1% can be reconditioned. They require law enforcement to be present for destruction. They're in their first year of harvest, and there's no destruction that I'm aware of yet. North Carolina, these are pending. This legislation, or these laws are pending, but they are allowing for remediation of greater than 0.3%. They don't have a top level like South Carolina, where it's completely destroyed or tilled in or burned. But they're allowing for the stalks may be harvested, processed, and used for fiber and any other lawful purposes, or industrial hemp seed may be harvested, processed, and rendered non-viable for food products, provided the source of the seed or transplants is seed or transplants produced from a seed or a living part which meets the criteria for Breeder Foundation certified category. So basically they're allowing for products to be made if it's a seed crop, they want the seed to be non-viable, so it's not planted again. I think we can just skip through this current law, but as we all know, that you have to have a test before you harvest the crop. Skip that slide. Then the registrant or that grows the industrial hemp must destroy the industrial hemp grown upon receipt of the first laboratory test report indicating a percentage content that exceeds 1%. So currently, right now, that if we don't do SB 1409, that has to be done within 48 hours. SB 1409 is stating it must be started within 48 hours and finished within 7 days. I don't believe the 0.3 to 1% has changed. That's just this destruction must take place within 45 days. Okay, so when we started, we wanted to know what is kind of the legal definition of destroy, or at least the definition of it. And what we found, we got that. We found in the dictionary, it's to ruin the structure, organic existence, or condition of, to put out of existence, neutralize, annihilate, or vanquish. So like the other states, our recommendation was a remediation process where we would ruin the structure of the plant. And then let's get specifically into what our recommendations is. Let's take a bit of time, but we need to read it. So in accordance with section 81006, prior to harvest, samples with a THC level greater than 0.3% THC shall be reported by the approved lab to the California Department of Food and Agriculture, CDFA, and the grower/licensee. The grower/licensee must then submit a form to the county agricultural commissioner stating how the crop will be destroyed. If the destruction method involves remediating it into a product that will enter the marketplace, a follow-up sample must be taken by an approved CDFA lab to confirm the THC concentration is less than 0.3% THC. Confirmation of destruction will be performed by the county agricultural commissioner. All costs for destruction will be paid for by the grower/licensee. And then the following destruction methods to render the final product less than 0.3% THC are acceptable. This is the next slide. The first method is 1, industrial hemp plants may be harvested, processed, and used for fiber and or any other lawful purpose having a final THC concentration of less than 0.3%, provided the source of the seed or transplants is from the CDFA's list of approved cultivars, a registered breeder, and an established agricultural institution. Any waste byproducts from the process must be incorporated back into the soil, incinerated, or blended with other organic matter by the grower/licensee to a less than 0.3% THC concentration. The next slide is the second thing, similar to North Carolina's. Industrial hemp seed may be harvested, processed, rendered non-viable for products, and have a final THC content of less than 0.3%, provided the source of the seed. This is the same as the one before, provided it's from our CDFA approved list. Let's move on to the third one. The third is kind of a just outright loss or destruction of the crop. If the grower/licensee is not going to destroy the crop into a usable form, industrial hemp plants of greater than 0.3% THC may be incorporated back into the soil, incinerated, or blended with other organic matter by the grower/licensee to a less than 0.3% THC concentration. Let's move on to the next slide. We had some follow-up questions that we didn't answer. What are the responsibilities for the processor or manufacturer? What happens to the destruction? What happens if the destruction does not get done within those allotted time frames? I think that's a law enforcement thing. And then what if the crop is transported out of the county for processing or manufacturing? Who is going to oversee the reconditioning then? The thought is it would be transferred to whoever we just assumed what the oversight was being performed by, which currently in this proposal, it's the Ag Commissioner. So, Tom, you want to add?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment, to thank you. I mean, Josh did all the legwork and the PowerPoint presentation and everything, and thank Josh and Michelle for their kind of direction. My input was several phone calls with Josh, conference call with Michelle, and all four of us, and just thank you for the help. My push was to see if there's some way the farmer would, if the crop went hot and he had purchased seed through the normal channels, that he didn't have a total loss in his input, costs. So I was always some alternate use. I kept pushing that, and Michelle told me several times that the law didn't provide for that. But I think it's a matter of interpretation. I think what we put together is a good start.
All right, do we have any other comments on that? I have a few questions. Josh, it seems like you put forth a few different sorts of recommendations. It wasn't just one, correct? So I guess it's up to us to talk about it a little bit. One of the interesting things you have here is when you have the actual definition of destruction. So it says seize, burn, or incinerate. Oh, I'm sorry, other states. Wrong one. Definition of destroy, here we go. To ruin the structure out of existence, put out of existence, or important neutralize, or annihilate or vanquish. If we go by all of these definitions, and it seems like we have a little bit more leeway rather than actually physically destroying it versus, as you say, as Tom recommended, could it be put to another use? A good example would be if it tests hot, could it then be plowed under and use it for biomass, or could it be used for fiber, or could it be used to make particle board or something like that? It would basically neutralize it, but it would no longer be able to go out on the market in that regard. We should probably talk about this a bit because once again, it seems, testing hot by a 0.1% could basically really literally eliminate someone. It can put a farmer entirely out of business. It can put a business organization out of business. And it seems not fair, especially if they did buy certified seeds and somehow it's still tested hot. But we do need to have some comments on that from Tom, maybe a little bit more, and a few other people, some suggestions or more ideas. And then also, Josh, if you had a preference as to what you thought from your different recommendations.
Myself?
Mm-hmm.
So there's three things laid out in here, but they're all encompassing. There is some maybe redundancy within the recommendations, but basically one is remediating the fiber or biomass of the product into usable things, and then the second addresses proteins or oils from the seeds, making the seeds non-viable. Then the third is just like an outright destruction if the farmer were to decide that maybe he couldn't remediate the product within 7 days as it's outlined in the new law. It may be impossible to remediate something that's 1%, say you had 1,000 acres. It's probably impossible to remediate that. And definitely within 48 hours, I don't think you could process large acreage. So there definitely is that point put into the end. So I think it's kind of a three-part thing. It's kind of the third part is more for the outright destruction of stuff over 1%, although it's not specifically saying that. And then the second's kind of addressing the fiber and biomass, and then the second one is the seed.
Did you have any comments or recommendations on verification? As I said, some of the states require it, some of them don't.
Verification on,
Like, how do we know that a farmer's actually going to destroy their crop or remediate it?
oh, yeah, so, we did, also, there's a form in here that we made that, is similar to Wisconsin's form where they, they lay out where the crop was and how they're going to destroy it. The oversight seemed to be either the Department of Agriculture or the law enforcement would destroy it or oversee
Can
the
that form be
destruction.
put on the screen? Can we see that? I know.
So this form, it's given to the agricultural commissioner. And it has, the licensees or growers' name and contact information, outdoor field, greenhouses, address, all that stuff. And then, the varieties, destruction dates, all that stuff in there. So that, and then it is outlined in here that the destruction would be overseen by the agricultural commissioner. So getting back into the first thing with the lab testing, that would have to be overseen by the agricultural commissioner. So I assume that second sample would have to be taken by the state to eliminate their risk and potential to get, I guess, litigated against or sued or.
So to be clear, I mean, I think that's kind of a separate question is, and just to clarify, so it sounds like the three options that you were laying out are intended to be three options for the grower, not necessarily just three separate options for the board to consider, but actually all one proposal for three options for the grower to consider. But then, the remediation or destruction process is one question. Then the question of who oversees that and what that looks like, I think, is a separate question. I mean, it's certainly related because, anything that you propose has to be, if you want it to be overseen, that's going to play into what that process looks like. But I think those are kind of two separate questions. If you want to try to address them accordingly, just to make sure we're kind of staying on topic and having a productive conversation. Valerie,
right.
did you have a comment?
No, I'm okay.
Okay.
All right, to Joshua's point, we have two topics here. One is, how it's going to be destroyed, and then second would be verification. Now, on how you said one was I want to just be clear. One was remediation, where it's used for something else. The other would be completely destroyed. And what was the third one?
The first one more addresses the fiber or other products that would be made from the plant, and then the second one deals with the viability of the seed that would come out of it, come out of the harvest. It remediates the potential for the seed to go back into production if it was over the limit. And I think at some point we probably would have to evaluate cultivars if they continuously were hot. Maybe they would come off the list. But in the initial first year, I think this gives the farmer the ability to sterilize that seed, make it into protein or seed oil, and not lose their crop. And the third is just outright destruction or plowing it into the soil. I doubt the air board here would allow any type of burning unless there was maybe some serious pathogens or something.
All right, very good. Thank you, Josh. Do we have more comments or questions from the board on this? This is a bit complicated.
So, clarification here. So if it was hot on that first option, then you're saying use it for fiber instead of destroying the crop?
Yeah, the first option is more addresses fiber and biomass byproducts. The second addresses seed and the viability of the seed. Then the third is like a complete destruction. I don't
So
know.
what states are using it for fiber if it's hot?
Well, it would depend on the crop. You know, maybe the farmers would be specifically growing it for fiber. You know, maybe the variety that they're using couldn't be used as fiber, but it could be used as a seed crop or something, if that makes sense.
So these are three options that the grower can pick from. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
not, so they make the decision, not the Ag Commissioner's Office or anybody else, whoever has
No,
oversight?
yeah, these are
Okay.
decisions made by the farmer.
Okay, do you have any other questions, Rick?
Yeah, I do, and while I'm certainly in support of someone not losing their crop for all of their time and money that's invested, Josh, did CDFA get a legal opinion? Are these alternatives, would they meet the definition of crop destruction?
We have not sought a legal opinion on that yet, no. So we don't really know what the opinion would be, but go ahead.
I would recommend that we get a legal opinion rather than using the definition of Merriam-Webster's dictionary, so we can get the legislative intent of what the author intended when they meant crop destruct. Again, I would be in favor of that, but I don't know if we have the ability to make recommendations for what we're interpreting crop destruct. I mean, I think we definitely need a legal opinion on that.
Yeah, I mean, to be clear, it generally, if something is not specified and defined in law, we do tend to, you know, the default would be a dictionary definition, but that's something that we could seek further opinion on just to make sure that any board, well, that's something that we'd seek regardless of the board's recommendation. We're going to seek that anyway. Even if the board does recommend it, we still have to seek on an opinion on whether or not we have the authority to do what the board recommends, but yeah.
All right, any other questions or comments from members of the board on this? It seems pretty good if we can give the farmer, so let me give a few examples. A farmer's growing it for CBD. Turns out that it's hot. He could have the option of either plowing it under, which would be destroying it, possibly burning it, we didn't decide that. He could maybe just have it all chopped down and use it for fiber, which would also be destroying it, or he could allow it to go to seed and then collect the seed. And then what I wasn't sure was, are you saying that the seed then enter the seed market as a type of grain?
Yeah, forgetting the exact wording, but it's sterilized and rendered non-viable. So it couldn't be replanted, but it could be made into hemp hearts or protein, some sort of protein powder, or an oil seed, like a hemp oil.
Well, I think because the law specifies certified seed, wouldn't that prevent that anyway? And that you cannot necessarily take your seed crop and replant it? Tom, would you have an answer to that? In fact, actually, I know, because you told me about cotton, what you do with the cotton seed.
I'm somewhere during this discussion, we addressed, I think, this area when I was talking to Josh and Michelle. Could you talk
So
to that
regarding
point?
the approved seed varieties, so the opinion of the board at the last meeting that we discussed, which we'll bring up when we talk about what the next meeting is going to be about, but what the recommendation from, I believe it was Matt and Josh who put that together, was not just certified seed, but actually additional sources that were non-certified. But so Josh, just to be clear, so I mean, it seems like the language kind of comes from what you have here for North Carolina. Would you mind if I just read that real quick, just to, about the hemp seed? It says here, industrial hemp seed may be harvested, processed, and rendered non-viable for food products, provided that the source of the seed or transplants was certified, basically. There's a lot of words there, but it's basically that it came from a certified source. And then the option before that for North Carolina was industrial hemp stalks may be harvested, processed, and used for fiber and/or any other lawful purpose. And then, as you mentioned, just to be clear, these are proposed rules for North Carolina. They're not currently in place, and they're currently under discussion. And our understanding is that they are certainly subject to change during that discussion. But that's where you were kind of pulling that concept from, correct?
Yeah, I would say it's kind of, it's a hybrid of all of the states, but it's, the remediation stuff comes from South Carolina and North Carolina because those were the only two states currently allowing remediation. There may be others, but out of the 19 that we looked at, those were the only two.
All right, do we have any other questions or comments from members of the board on this? Looks like leaving it up to the farmer to do either all three of them sounds like a good idea. Why don't we open up, if there's nobody on the board who has another question or comment, why don't we open it up to the audience?
Yeah, and if we could, if I can offer a suggestion, we could start with Wayne. I know, Wayne, you'd submitted a letter to the board regarding this topic. If you wouldn't mind bringing that, it's been handed out to the board already, but if you wouldn't mind reading your letter for the public's sake.
Okay, good, and thank you for that.
And then if anyone else has comments they'd like, if you please line up over here and we'll get to you in line.
Okay. Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association. So yes, I did submit a letter to the board, and it's pretty short, but I'll read it at your request. Dear Crop Management Task Force, on behalf of the California Hemp Association, I am writing to express our support for a different method of crop management in cases of THC levels in excess of 0.3%. Namely, it is our members' considered opinion that in a state where marijuana is legal for adult use, that destroying a farmer's hemp crop should be a final step, not a first step. We propose that there be two tests. Sorry, let me put my glasses on. I'm trying to. We propose that there be two THC tests allowed before crop destruction is the next step. And if it does come in above the legal limit for hemp, and specifically before crop destruction, the farmer is allowed to purchase a cannabis license because it would push the plant into cannabis territory legally. This would save the farmer a loss and earn the counties a new license fee they would otherwise forego. If the farmer is offered this remedy and refuses the second THC test or a cannabis license, then crop destruction is allowed. We think this is sane and reasonable, and it seems to comport with the general feelings of the board as well. We're trying not to harm farmers, we're trying to help farmers. It's a new crop, we need to give them some leeway, and destroying a crop wholeheartedly, straight out, you know, as a first go-to is just unacceptable for me and our members. Thank you.
Hey, Wayne, before you go, can I ask a point of clarification on your proposal? Sure. Since you brought it to our attention and it's not addressed here. So the legal cannabis system includes a track and trace, as they say, from seed to sale. What would your proposal be for incorporating the crop that's grown within the hemp program into that track and trace system?
Well, I think that there's some room for discussion there. I'd like to see what the mechanics are specifically. But again, you know, I think the general feeling, even with the ag commissioners that I've spoken with, I haven't spoken with Rick, so I don't know what his actual opinion is. But for the most part, across the board, it's like treat this like a potato or a tomato or broccoli. Quit getting all caught up in, you know, trying to stop a farmer doing from what he does, which is provide food for us. And what we're doing with this crop is providing them a new source of cash income and a higher level of living for them and for their farm workers. And I think that's the greater good here, along with this wonderful plant. And, you know, anyway, so that's our position.
I had a question for you,
Sure.
Wayne, on that. Do you know how long it takes for somebody to get a marijuana cultivation license? Would it be feasible? You know, if
Well,
the
I think
crop's out
that
in the
since
field?
it's all under this one CDFA, it ought to be a rather administrative thing to make that available as a remedy. I don't think we need to get into this whole big deal. If we do, then you know what? I think we need to revisit the entire legal process because, you know, when we get into this stuff, this is straight up. There's nothing nefarious about it. It's how to handle something and handle it in a responsible adult manner for the benefit of our farmers, not to harm our farmers. That we're here to provide benefits to them, not figure out ways to trip them up and to possibly cause them financial ruin. I want to avoid that.
All right, thank you, Wayne.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
Sure, Rick.
Again, while I support the farmer trying to get some form of income from this, the question I have is, what about a county that prohibits cannabis?
Well, that is a conundrum, and I think that that also requires some some conversation before we go to destruction. But certainly, that needs to be entertained. I mean, there are counties that, in fact, are like that, and I know that. So there's some things to work out. But I think the straight go-to to destruction is just, I can't even wrap my head around it, okay? Especially when I can walk down the street and buy marijuana legally as an adult. It just seems crazy. So I want to remove crazy from this conversation by making it available, an alternative method where the farmer is still legal and he can still get some residual benefit from the crop. Again, we're all learning, right? Even seasoned farmers right now in our group, that we have 8 research farms going. Some farms are not doing as well as other farms, and that's based on the experience of the farmers involved. So I just wanted to share that with you. It's a learning process, and we've probably got 3 to 5 years of learning ahead of us before we're solid on this crop.
All right, thank you, Wayne.
Um,
We had another question, there's another question or comment?
Actually, I have another comment. I fully support being sane about all of this, and I'm on your side about that, but I think it's going to be a little more complicated. So, for example, you brought up the idea of having, a county that doesn't allow any growing. And I'll give you an example. In San Diego County, they don't allow growing, but certain cities do, so that's a different thing. So the city of Oceanside, for example, allows, or it's going to issue permits, but they're only going to issue 5. And there's going to be 500 people that apply. So if you give someone a permit just because they grew hemp and exceeded the limit and you disallowed someone else getting a permit even though they did everything to get the permit, that would be really messy.
I agree, and I would have suggested that that's not be part of their calculation on how many licenses they give out. It's a way of just offering a side remedy to the farmer in a certain specific case, right?
I guess I would just say, this is a totally fine idea, but all the permitting for this would actually we would not be, nobody on this board and none of us would be involved in it. So I think as a legal strategy, I see no reason why a farmer couldn't do this now, just try to do it. But we actually have nothing to do with the permitting of cannabis, so I'm not sure this.
No, I understand, but the ag commissioners do, and they're the focal point of both crops, and that's why that comment was made.
Yeah, I'm just not sure, I think people can do this right now. I don't think there's anything we can do as a group to support this or not support this. It seems like this is something, it's trying to get
I think when
permits
we're setting up rules and regulations and we're getting feedback from distinguished members of our ag community like Rick, that we should work this out here and not leave it to each county to figure it out on their own. Because basically you're asking 58 different people to figure it out 58 different ways is what they're going to come up with.
that's what they're doing.
Right?
Yeah.
Because we don't have, our structure in this state is unlike any other state in the union. Our structure here in every other state is there's a Secretary of Agriculture or Department of Agriculture runs the whole show. We've got a Secretary of Agriculture in 58 separate counties and 58 separate ag commissioners. It's a whole different ballgame, and I think we need to approach it in ways that really look into the state as a whole and enabling our farmers to get on with creating this new industry. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, and I got to tell you, quite frankly, I'm getting calls every day. People are beyond frustrated with this entire process here, okay? I've asked before, and we've talked about it last time, where's the form even? Has it been finalized, okay? I'm told from last time, it's sitting on somebody's desk.
All right, we'll get to that a little later.
There are a lot of things here. We're trying to move this along.
No, I agree.
I want more benefit than the 8 farms I've got going and more coming online because of the delays that are taking on here. I got farmers beating down my door for agreements to do research because they want to get started, and they want to get started in the spring because they've blown this year already.
All right, if we can stay on topic, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Further comments or questions, anybody?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good. Chris?
Chris Boucher with Farmtiva. I'm also a member of the California Hemp Association. I'm also a member of the HIA. Yeah, so remediation and destruction, I think this is the topic here, and I can give you firsthand experience. There's going to be some anomalies with the THC testing, depending on your bioregional climates, heat factors, elevation, even certified seed. I've been involved in Kentucky, Colorado, and there are certified seeds that do go hot, and with the remediation, I think that's something really important because destroying the field, and I can give you an example here in Imperial Valley with our crop at the Imperial Valley Conservation Research Center. We had quite a bit of controversy all summer. We finally worked it out with the County Board of Supervisors on the economic enhancement that we're doing here for the county. However, but we did have the Air Quality Board management. We had the Ag Commissioner come out to the field, and they wanted to destroy the field because they thought we were not in compliance with the established research center. I think some of you guys are familiar with our ongoing situation. So just one of our 40-acre plots, they wanted, I think, close to $80,000 to destroy it. So I'm just giving you a factor in terms of the economics, what could happen and who would pay for that. And if the farmer didn't have the capital, would the Ag Commissioner's office or the county have to pay for that? So I just wanted to, let you guys know our situation and what the cost was for that 40-acre field. And that's something I think you should take into consideration.
Thank you, Chris. You bring up a good point, and that is if we somehow say it has to be the law enforcement has to destroy it or the county has to oversee the destruction, then there's going to be a cost involved, and they may want to recoup their costs and bill the farmer for it, correct?
Yes, so why not turn it to an economic positive situation, either turn it to a fiberboard or, dehulled seed, especially if you're going to pop, 1/100th of a percent, 0.31, 0.32. I mean, these are serious issues that I've dealt with in the past, so I hope you guys can see through that and come up with a logical solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, we had another comment.
GV Ayers with General Rivers Consulting. Just in looking through the law and also the proposed law with SB 1409, I'm having difficulty finding where it gives CDFA the authority or the ability to actually define what the destruction is. Because, I mean, it has, the proposed law in 1409 says CDFA can set testing procedures, CDFA approved labs, but it doesn't say anything about the destruction procedures. So I'm just questioning whether there is the substantive authority in the law to promulgate regulations or policies regarding how that's done. It simply does not appear to be there to me.
Thank
So
you.
a follow-up question on that. So per your reading, do you feel that the law adequately defines destruction to be interpreted by a regulatory official?
That would be
Or is
the
there a
issue.
vagueness there?
That would be the vagueness.
Yeah, or should it be further specified, I guess is the question.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, next comment.
Lane LeBay, a Plymouth County farmer. If the farmer's intent was to grow hemp and the crop turned hot, why couldn't it still be processed and have the THC removed? The part of the THC that is over the 0.3%. Processors isolate CBD. They can certainly isolate the THC and remove it. So this might be something that we consider down the road, but I thought I'd bring it up.
Good point. I'm just wondering, Josh, do you think, to this gentleman's point, do you think remediation could also involve just subtracting the CBD out of it, or do you think that would go against the law?
think we'd have to make a proposal and see what the legal department thinks. I think basically the point one of this proposal kind of addresses that. It'd be any legal product that, the state of California deems as legal. And then it also states in here that any of those waste byproducts would have to be less than 0.3%. So I think we've addressed that in this. The final products that enter the marketplace as well as the waste byproducts.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments on this?
I'd just like to make a comment. I listen to the discussion here. I think it's important to think about the purpose of this destruction. If we have a farmer that has complied with the rules to plant and use the correct seed and had no intent to do wrong, and he finds himself in this situation, it just seems like common sense to me to allow this to be remediated, put into some form that is acceptable. I mean, as a member of this board, we're making recommendations, but I think just seems like good judgment to have something like that available.
All right, well, why don't we take 3 examples here and see what would happen. Let's say a farmer is growing it for fiber, and at the end of the season, the crop tests hot. The farmer can still destroy the crop or remediate it to use for the fiber, and for the most part, he wouldn't have any problem. None of the flour would go into the market anyway, and you'd still be able to collect all the money from selling the fiber. So that would basically wouldn't hurt the farmer at all, actually. Second one would be if he was growing it for seed. If it tests hot, if we would still allow him to collect the seed, and then this was a little bit iffy whether the seed would have to be sterilized or rendered growable, but that would be done if the seed was either dehulled or it was crushed into seed oil or into a protein powder. That would also render it sterilized. You could not grow the seed at that point. So once again, in that case, the farmer wouldn't lose. He'd still be able to grow the crop for seed and have the seed enter the market. The one that would be a problem would be if somebody was growing it for CBD, and if it tested hot, I get the feeling that we would not be allowed to let him sell that CBD. He would have to either go for the seed or the fiber market with it. Does that sound correct, what I've said? Or is that a fairly good summary? Does anyone have any comment to what I just said?
I think we wrote it out here, even in that instance with if it was a full spectrum oil made from the plant, it could still be remediated, either blended with organic matter of some sort to reduce that concentration to 0.3%. I think at any, even if it's at, say we have a 0.3% product, I think there's potential there, to isolate that or concentrate it down. And so here we're talking about in a range from 0.3 to 1 for the most part. And we're giving the farmer the ability to, to reduce that down to the legal limit. So we're not specifically eliminating any full spectrum oils that would come out of the plant.
All right, so let's make an example here. So somebody's growing it for CBD, it tests above 0.3% THC, you're thinking that they can still harvest the flower. Because here's the thing, or they can harvest, and then they would also have to be doing the extraction method, which is a separate process, versus harvesting it and maybe selling it to somebody for that purpose. So you're saying that you feel that if the farmer was able to do the extraction themselves, then they can get around it, if they can somehow remove the THC from it?
Yeah, we're saying, or this proposal is any lawful product that enters the marketplace has to be below 0.3%, or any of the byproducts, that fiber, seed protein, whatever that legal product, whatever the waste byproducts, have to be below 0.3% as well.
All right, Josh,
Yeah.
do you have an, or other Josh, do you have an opinion on that, whether that follows the spirit of the law or not? Or it's really not said?
I
It's
mean,
vague.
to a certain extent, I mean, that was kind of the open question as far as if the crop itself tests over 0.3% THC and gets harvested and then processed in some other manner as its form of remediation, does that meet the definition of destruction? I think that's an open question. I don't think we have an answer to that at this point. To the point of the products themselves, at the end of the day, those having below 0.3% THC and meeting statutory requirements, I mean, technically, those are all industrial hemp. If it has below 0.3% THC and comes through this registration program, that's industrial hemp. But there's no system for testing those products, and there's no standardized method for testing those products that we're aware of. And there's no one overseeing that. So, you know, if you, right now, what we're here to talk about is cultivation. And that's what we have defined in the Food and Ag Code, is all about cultivation. If we're talking about harvesting something and further processing it, there's the open question of who's overseeing that process, what does that look like, who's doing the testing, what are the testing methods on those final products. As Pinan pointed out earlier, you know, the test is only as good as the sampling. So what is the sampling method for all these potential different products? There's a huge range of them. Who's doing the testing, all that. I mean, there's a lot of open questions there on what that would look like, and that's assuming that that would be meeting the definition, be determined by the state to be meeting the definition of destroy as is required under both current and proposed law.
So kind of a big question mark with that. All right, do we have any other, I mean, there's a lot to think about here. Any other questions or comments from the board on this? I think we're kind of in agreement that we should allow it up to the farmer to do basically three things. Destroy, be able to process it further. You know, if they want to destroy it, they can plow it under or something, process it further, i.e. get the seeds out of it, or just destroy it in a way where you're taking the stalks and fiber that have nothing to do with it. Would be pretty much, are we in agreement with that here on the board? Yeah, sounds okay.
Again, my comment would be, until we explore the hypotheticals, we need to find out what the legal definition for destroy is.
Right. Once you answered that, but can you reiterate that again, Josh?
So my answer is that we don't have an answer on that, that we need to explore further, like Rick said. So I guess that comes around to, I mean, it doesn't sound like the board's ready to make a motion on what's being proposed here. I think there needs to be some more work. So kind of the question is, what are the next actions here? It sounds like one of them would be to explore that question here at CDFA, as far as whether alternatives to simply the classic, destruction of plowing under or whatever that is, are these other remediation efforts going to be allowed under either current or proposed law, which will hopefully be current law soon enough. And then I guess the question is, what other actions are left? Besides, I don't know if there was more that needed to be hashed out in this. What other kind of open questions? I don't know, Rick, if you had anything else that you caught on that, or anyone else.
Right. All right, well, why don't we, I mean, I think we can make our recommendations now, and then if the law is challenged later, then we would have to change what we recommend today. That sound about right?
That would be up to the board.
Up to the board.
I mean, again, you can make recommendations. Whether or not they're actionable recommendations is a separate question, right? But yeah, I mean, so I guess reviewing the proposal, are you suggesting holding a motion and a vote on the proposal as written, or on kind of specific concepts here that need to be fleshed out more? What are you suggesting here, Lawrence?
All right, well, why don't we make a recommendation for the three things that Joshua said, which was, if the field tests hot, the farmer could, one, on his determination, plow it under or destroy it on his own. Number two, he can harvest it for either the seed or the fiber for use on that. And actually, I think that would really be the only thing, as long as, I think the thing he would not be allowed to do would be the harvest or the flower, because then that kind of goes against, if he has the flower, then what's he going to do with it? He's going to want to sell it. That kind of goes against the whole spirit of the law. If he could, extract the CBD out of it, we're getting into a whole other issue. We're getting kind of beyond the farm part of it. So,
Well, I think there, though, that no matter what we do here, there's going to be a byproduct that's going to be hot. Be it making fiber, making concrete, making whatever we make out of it. We're going to have a hot product that we have to deal with.
right, well, not really. If you're growing it for fiber, what happens is the plants grow up and they're chopped down. They're basically left in the field and they'll dry out. And any CBD or THC or anything in it is going to just be destroyed within usually a matter of hours or a day. It will just go away. It'll go back into the soil or decompose. If you harvest it or seed, you may have a leftover what's called chaff.
Seed coats or
Little things like that. We might want to say that would have to be destroyed, that part's not allowed to enter the market, but on my experience, that usually is kind of destroyed in the harvesting process. There's usually not enough THC or CBD remaining in that to do anything with it. As far as growing it, that would be basically the two options. If you're growing it for CBD, then you are going to have a flower or bud that will have the high level of THC. We would have to probably say that part would have to be destroyed. Any other comments on that? Yeah, we have someone.
Randy Jordan again. Some people use the term homogenized. I mean, you can mix it down like alcohol. I mean, it starts out as 200%. We don't go up, we go down. So why couldn't we mix it with something homogenized and use it that way?
Yeah, that's what we're proposing here.
Okay.
Is a homogenization or blending process.
Open public comment on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
George Bianchini. Just a point I wanted to bring up. Even with regular legal hemp that's grown at the 0.3, for a 2,000-pound production of a single acre, based on that 0.3, is still going to develop 2,700 grams of THC. So, for instance, we're not in the ground in California this year, but we are in Nevada. Nevada has a process so that anything can go over to the medical marijuana side. They have a single sheet of paper that allows it, once you have your license, to go over. And to give you an idea, is if isolate is made out of that entire crop, you have all your CBD here and all your THC here. So either way, even if it's legal, you're going to have a massive amount of THC in the system that needs to be dealt with, because right now there is no legal channel for that to be done. And I think that there needs to be some conversation, and Ms. Ajax is not going to listen to any of that sort of things, because this is the evil stepchild of the marijuana program. We've been left out here. CBD cannot go into the medical marijuana program. So we're still left with how are farmers going to legally deal with now an illegal component to their product. And maybe within that answer is a way to deal with something that is just a little bit over the 0.3, or maybe there's a gap, that 0.3 to 0.5. Maybe there's a little leeway room that's used to deal with it. Now, if you go too far, you're going to have people growing 4% THC plants and saying, oh, I guess I got to process the THC out of this with alcohol. I just wanted to bring that up. I want to be able, I don't want to make it difficult to grow, but yet at the same time, I don't want to see procedures coming up that the feds come down on us and destroy the whole thing because it's gotten out of hand. So, thank you.
Quite a lot to consider. Any other questions or comments on this?
I'll comment on that. Yeah, we don't really, I think without writing a whole nother law on what that, that THC byproduct is, we can't bring this into the medical or recreational realm. So the way we address it in here is that byproduct's either incinerated, blended with organic matter, or, put back into the soil. I think until we write a whole nother law, we're not going to be able to address what happens to all that processed material.
All right, well, I think today we're really focusing on the farm right now, not necessarily processing afterwards. So we have to answer the question, what to do if it comes out hot. And I think I like the idea, one, that we leave it up to the farmer to make the decision what they want to do. It doesn't necessarily have to be up to the state to decide, or the county. Two, that we allow the farmer to try to find other avenues for it. It can either be grown, go into the seed market or go into the fiber market. Do we have agreement on those two items? Yeah? All right. Yeah? On this end over here. All right, well, why don't we, Josh, you want to say something? No, this is Josh, I saw you turn your mic on.
Oh, I was just gonna see if you were holding a motion, and if so, what that motion was. It sounds like you're trying to summarize one, but if we can get clarity on it.
I can make a motion and try to summarize this. So,
Yeah.
so I'll make a motion that, in the case of a high test, the farmer makes the decision of how the crop is destroyed. We have 3 avenues for this: a fiber-based avenue, sort of oil, food-based avenue, and plowing under-based avenue.
Okay, I second the motion. All right, do we have any comments from the board on the motion as presented? The 2 points of the motion.
Yeah, I have a comment. You mentioned food. What do you mean by food?
I thought that was the seed part, number
Yeah,
2.
it's number 2.
Yeah.
It's the denatured seed is used for food products. Yeah, so he's talking about denatured seed.
Okay.
Yeah, so the seed, it doesn't have to be sterilized like heated, but it could be either the shell removed will destroy it, and also if it's crushed to make seed oil, something like that, it could be used.
But to clarify,
We
we've got
define it-
fiber.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, to clarify, we've got fiber, denatured seed, and then destruction by plowing under.
All right,
Yeah, we define the seed as just rendered non-viable, so that could be crushing it, heating it up, whatever your
removing the
method is,
shell.
just so it
Yeah.
won't germinate.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, any public comments on the motion we have on, for the board? Nope, all right, well, let's have a vote. Oh, does somebody want to second the motion? Yeah, okay, or maybe I did already. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion passes.
Oh, did anyone abstain?
Oh, anyone abstain?
Looks like Rick abstained. Okay, thank you, Rick.
All right, the motion will pass. All right, now, on the other part of the destruction, which would be, do we need to have any verification? Was that in part of your proposal?
That was in the proposal. The verification was performed by the county agricultural commissioner. So this probably gets back to our lab testing, where at least that portion of it would need to be done by or overseen. The testing would have to be overseen by the agricultural commissioner.
All right, so let's give an example. It tests hot, and then if that were true, then we would have to have a verification by the County Department of Agriculture that it was destroyed in the manner that the farmer said they were going to destroy it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there was I don't think we specifically addressed the byproduct thing. at least a retesting of, you know, the incineration or blending with organic matter. I'm not sure how it was defined, but the final products that went into the marketplace, it's defined in here that they would have to be tested. And that would be overseen by the agricultural commissioner.
And that gets us back to the first part about verifying the testing, correct?
Well, I think it gets us to the crossroads that Josh brought up as far as what's the approved method for testing those other products. There's no established methods for testing those products.
We left it open to, let's see, let me get to that. It was just by an approved, yeah, it gets back into the what ISO lab but it was an approved CDFA lab. So I would assume it would be the same labs that were doing the initial test would be the approved labs.
Right, but and to this point, so that we've discussed sampling and testing methods for field crops and for you know, plant material that's taken from the field. We don't have, you know, approved laboratory methods for manufactured goods, I guess you would say.
Do we need methods do we even need to test fiber or seed? I don't think there's a reason to test it. And then if it's plowed under, I mean, that's just a visual verification.
Yeah, I agree. If it's used for fiber or for seed, basically you're destroying any THC that was in there. It's not going to make it out. But we would want to have verification. You don't want somebody to just claim they turned it into fiber and then just sell the flower for CBD anyway. I think that would go against the spirit of the law on that. What if we had a proposal where the first time around, when it is tested, it's just the farmer and the lab. If it tests hot, then I guess if it doesn't test hot, then it would have to be, some other county might have to be involved at that point to basically verify that it wasn't turned into fiber or to seed or to or plowed under.
So for retesting protocols, let's leave that for another topic, another time. Let's try to stick with the destruction remediation, because I think that is a separate conversation that's been brought up here today, but I think that's something that needs to get explored further.
All right, would you have any comment on that, though, Rick? Because it seems like you don't want to be involved, I mean, if you don't have to, but then if you do aren't going to be involved, you want to be involved all the way.
Yeah, you described some scenarios from other states where the sheriff gets involved, and I wish the sheriff was here so he could weigh in because he's actual law enforcement. But again, if you want us involved as far as doing the sampling and all of those, where we need an official sample, then yeah, we would need to be involved all of the way. As far as a crop destruct, to me, that it would be a part of that process. The only question, the reason I abstained is I don't know. Until I have the legal definition of what crop destruct is, I can't vote yes or no, because I want to know exactly what that is before we venture into those areas. But if it is ultimately decided that yes, you can do that, then that would be an avenue that the ag commissioners, I'm assuming, would be involved in.
Hey, Rick, can I just pose a question for you, just as far as, you know, we keep discussing what we do with other crops. So if you have another crop that the county has to go out and you have to oversee destruction to make sure that it occurs, you know, what does that process look like? Is there some sort of an agreement between the county and the grower? You know, what's entailed in there to be kind of provide some context and kind of a visual of what that would look like?
The only two samples that come to mind would be if it's it's a crop or cucurbit that's raised for certified seed and comes back with a disease, then it couldn't be sold as a seed product. But we also get involved in crop destruct if it's an illegal pesticide residue and it tests above the limits for a certain pesticide, then that crop has to be destroyed, and we would oversee that. It can't enter the channels of commerce.
Right. What does that look like, though, from the county's perspective, as far as how your staff are involved? I mean, you know, like as far, you know, paperwork, or, I mean, they're obviously going out and doing witnessing crop destruction, but is there something else to that besides simply being present for the whole process?
Not that we've ever been involved in my county. Some other scenarios is when we would have to confiscate materials at nurseries, such as sudden oak death materials, and we do actually take that, transport has to be double bagged, and we take it to a landfill and witness it being buried at a landfill.
And
I was just gonna say, so I mean, from a practical standpoint, so I mean, as far as plowing under a field and having county staff there, that wouldn't be out of the ordinary for something that you guys do. But if we're talking about other remediation, you know, a county person being there for the entire process, I don't know that that would be practical, so I was just trying to figure out what that would actually look like and how that could be built into the system, whether or not that needs to get further specified, just to figure out, you know, what does that look like from a county's perspective? I don't know if anybody else there has ever been involved in that kind of process.
I wouldn't even have an answer to venture on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious.
all right, any other questions or comments about this? All right, there seems a bit of a question mark there. Anyone from the audience have any questions or comments about this? We're talking about if it were to fail, you know, is there some sort of verification on that it was destroyed?
I mean, I guess, is there any other group that would do the verification besides the Ag Commissioner? I mean, if the idea is we either need to leave the Ag Commissioner out or we bring them in early, is there another group that would do that, that would have any expertise? Okay.
Hi, Wayne Richmond, California Hemp Association. I like the idea of the farmer being in control of his crop. And I think the farmer has been a trusted member of our society for eons, and we should continue to give them that trust and let them self-police. That would be my position and the position of the California Hemp Association. Thank you.
All right, do we have any other comments? Seems a little, once again, it seems like we have a bit of a question mark as to how to verify crop destruction. So are there any suggestions that people want to make on that? I mean, we were giving the farmer the option, but then how is that verified?
I mean, as far as coming back, it sounds like this might be something you might want to come back and discuss further, but is there some kind of action or information that can be gathered in the meantime that can kind of help further that conversation and that decision? I mean, again, we already have the one concept that CDFA needs to come back and get an answer on, but is it something that someone can look into further or think about further and come up with options? Should it be the same task force or somebody else with, you know, different expertise that might be able to input on that?
Right.
Opening the question.
Yeah, well, I can probably reiterate what we probably don't want to have done, is we probably don't want to have it done by the county or by law enforcement because they're in charge for something like that. It would probably, we want it to be done by the farmer, but then the question then would be verification. So does anyone, as in Josh, you did a little bit of a report on some of what other states are doing. Can you look into that a little bit more about how they're verifying? Maybe we can have a report next time we meet.
Yeah, I didn't see specifically how North Carolina or South Carolina was planning to oversee that remediation. Yeah, I could look into it. And there must be, I think there is other states that are remediating, so we could do we can look at the other 21 states that have hemp laws and see if we can figure out what's going on there.
All right, so if you don't mind, would you be able to look more into that and maybe give us a report the next time we meet so we have a little more information? Because it seems like it's a big question mark right now for us on how to best do that and what are other states doing. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can do that.
And
I don't know if Tom wants to help me.
Tom, yeah.
I think the verification, and we do need more accurate way of determining that. We haven't defined that.
And I think, though, some of it is going to just come down to, as things enter the marketplace, there's various agencies that are, looking at food safety and, I don't know, that your clothing doesn't have pesticides, or I don't know if they're what these agencies are, but I think there is, law enforcement that's going to be looking at this stuff. And if people are not complying, then those people will get weeded out by the agencies that are already in place.
Yeah,
Kind of
no,
my
I agree
assumption.
with you, but then right now, we're just talking about on the farm, what would have to happen, not down the line, which would be a different issue.
Yeah, I think obviously it's impossible for the ag commissioner to be out at the farm watching 1,000 acres get destroyed or plowed under or harvested, and then, whatever's happening to it, they're not going to be able to be there 24/7 with the products. There, at some point, there's going to have to be some sort of trust, and then if you're operating illegally, you're going to get law enforcement will take care of that.
Right. Yeah, no, that's true.
So, Rick, how do you handle it when you have some kind of let's say a pesticide violation that requires a reinspection, say in pesticide storage? So you find that there is an improper pesticide storage, and then you give the grower some opportunity to fix it, and then you come back and reinspect? Is that how that's normally handled with you? Okay, so is that something we could use, that system? I mean, would that be workable, or is it something more dire here that we have to be on site while everything is happening? Or you would have to be on
I
site?
think it would just be dictated by the size of the operation, as far as if it's going to be incorporated back into the soil. At some points, like being a building inspector, you don't need to be there for the entire
Right.
portion of that, but you would need to be able to verify that what needed to be done was actually done.
Right.
All right, no, if there's no more comments or questions by the board, I think we have Justin wants to make a comment.
Justin Eve with Seven Generations Producers. We're organic farmers in Sutter County. Just a brief question, or maybe to reiterate what Rick said about the definition of destroy. From my understanding, it's the job of the board to interpret the law and then recommend what to do back to the CDFA, then to enact regulation. And so if you look at the definition of what destroy means, as long as you clearly define that, you could save yourself a lot of time going through all these other processes and remediation and this, that, and the other. If the definition of destroy means it has to be destroyed, well, then you don't even, the rest of the things that you're trying to propose, they won't even hold a chance to actually be regulated, because the definition of destroy is whatever that is defined by. So I think that the first step would be define destroy, like Rick recommended legally, and then from there, make a recommendation, because going through and trying to figure out the rest of the things, they may not matter if destroy means, literally destroy means incinerate or whatever that definition is. So I just revert back to finding out your legal definitions before you go forward and try to write a recommendation for regulation. Thank you.
All right, well, I think what we're going to do is we made the one recommendation today, but then we are going to try to get a legal opinion. Is that right, Josh? Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll seek a legal opinion on that, and then the task force will go back to the question of oversight and what other states are doing.
All right, we had another gentleman who wished to speak.
Daniel, Sutter County. I raise cattle, and you're trying to penalize us for doing a good job. For every grade of prime that I raise, I get paid more for it. Here, if I do a good job raising hemp, you want to take my crop. The monetary value of the THC, give me the 0.03. What's over that, let's give it to the county, give it to the state. Don't take my crop. You're wanting to destroy a whole crop. The monetary value of this THC, give it to the county, give it to the state. Let the farmer make his money. I mean, it's not my fault. If I did a good job, I got good soil, I got good water, I got good seed, you're going to penalize me for doing a good job. And that's what it boils down to. I mean, what little percent it would be, you know, reward the state and county. It's all about it's all the monetary value of this crop anyway. State, county out there, everybody's out there to make a dollar. You know, so why destroy the crop? Harvest it, and all this byproduct that comes from China, what is the THC in it? I mean, why we buying $50 billion last year, the federal government? So now you're saying you're not going to, you want to plow that under, it looks to me like the IQ is like room temperature when you start talking about, destroying somebody's livelihood for doing a good job.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this? We should probably say, Josh, if you could look into that. Joshua, if you could look into that, what other states are doing.
Okay, yeah, we'll look.
Yeah, and then one other comment before we go on to the next item, and that is, I think we do need to define that when we say THC, we mean delta 9 THC. We might want to vote on that as well. Is that possible?
So I think that would be off topic for today's agenda, but that's something the board can discuss maybe at the next meeting.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring that up in a little bit, just so people don't get penalized with it being, THCA or one of the other ones.
Sure.
All right, I think we're through with that topic for today. I think now we have the next item on the agenda is a report by the CDFA on the status of the registration process. Let's see.
Okay, well, so I just want to give a brief update to the board regarding the proposed regulation for the registration fee. It is still being reviewed internally. It's at the last step of review, and then it will go out for approval. So that's what's been done, and just kind of want to update the board on regarding also the methodology to update the approved seed cultivar list has been developed, and that's something that we will actually, it ties in with the next agenda item of the next meeting agendas items. So basically, like I said, it's been developed. It has gone through review, so it's actually ready to be presented for the next board meeting. So, but I think that's it.
Thank you, Michelle. I had a quick question. One, you said the registration part was on the last step. Could you enlighten us a little bit about the different steps that are required for this?
I'll take that. Yeah. So, I mean, it's, the internal review process is confidential, so we can't go into names or numbers or anything. But yeah, it has been actively worked on since the last meeting, and we had further discussions on it last week. And so it is kind of at the last stages of who needs to review things before it goes to the Office of Administrative Law. Yeah, it's still going, it's still progressing.
All right, that's heartening.
Unfortunately the best.
Okay, that sounds better. Do you have a time frame on that at all, or you're not sure?
No.
Okay. No. All right, since this is kind of an important topic, does anyone else on the board have questions for Josh or Michelle on that?
I have a question on that. Is there any time frame? Because that was submitted 3 meetings ago or 4 meetings ago? Like almost, yeah. I don't know. It's getting close to a couple hundred days now, or not a couple hundred days, but
right.
180 days or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's, again, all I can say is it's been actively worked on and reviewed, and it's been making its way through the department. We don't really have a lot of control over that process, and it just kind of has to go to whoever it needs to go to. There's no timelines or anything. We're still in the pre-rule making process. There's no statutory timelines or anything like that, but it is still being reviewed and still being worked on, and hopefully we'll have a better update for you at the next meeting.
What about at what point do we get to this emergency thing where we push that by the, I don't know, emergency, whatever those emergency methods or measures we could take to try to push things along faster.
Emergency rulemaking, is that what
Yeah.
you're referring to? So in order to have emergency rulemaking, we have to have an emergency. The definition of what that is defined in the Administrative Procedures Act. I'm not that familiar with it, so I don't know exactly what would constitute an emergency and what wouldn't. Generally, from my understanding, establishing a fee usually isn't an emergency, but, you know, that's something that we can explore if the board would like us to, but, you know, I'm not familiar enough with it to comment on emergency rulemaking justifications. I did want to clarify about the methodology and procedure. So we had a discussion at the last meeting on the list of approved seed cultivars, and we've had conversations with it was Josh and Matt about it since then to come up with the actual language of the law or of the proposed regulation. And in those discussions, we looked at the law clearly, and it states that we should have a methodology and procedure for updating the list in regulation, and it implies that that should be done prior to actually updating the list itself, so we get the public involved in the process for both of those. The public involved as in the process for developing the methodology and procedure and get comments from the public on that, and then have the public involved in any changes that we choose to make. And so based off the conversation at the last meeting, where the recommendation was to include any changes in a notice for a public meeting, at least 30 days to give the public a chance to review those. We put that into a proposed regulation, and so we're gonna, the next meeting schedule that we'll be discussing here in a minute will be about 30 days out, or at least 30 days out, and we'll be posting that notice today with the actual text of the methodology and procedure based off of the board's discussion for review and approval at that meeting, just to make sure that we are, you know, even though we're exempt from the Administrative Procedures Act on that, we do still want to make sure that we're giving the public due process. And so in the interest of due process, we'll follow that. And so that's what we tried to lay out in the methodology and procedure, is outlining what the due process is. So there is a copy for the board members in your packets of the language for that methodology and procedure to update the list and to update the procedure itself. Again, it's pretty much what we had discussed at the last meeting and the recommendations from the board. And then once we get that commented from run that through by the public and get comments on that and get that in place, then the next step will be then do the same thing with the list of approved seed cultivars as recommended by the task force.
Yeah, Josh, a question. I don't know if I heard you correctly or not, but you're saying that who in the CDFA would know? You said you didn't know who actually on this registration, who has to deal with that and approve?
So the question was what constitutes an emergency and is...
No, I'm talking about the emergency. I'm talking about the registration that these fellows were talking about like 4 meetings ago. Who?
The fees. So we've developed a rulemaking package that's being routed, and it's been routed and edited and worked on by the department since that meeting.
Okay. You don't know who in the department that is holding things up?
It's the department.
Okay.
I got a question, or go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. Go back to what we were talking about earlier. Say the lab rep or the county ag commissioner with the farmer take samples.
You want to go back to agenda item number 3, or the sampling and testing task force and the
Right.
discussion there? Okay, well, can we do kind of open public comments before we come back to a different agenda item, if you wouldn't mind?
Sure.
Okay. In addition to this discussion by the board.
All right, do we have any comments from the audience regarding status of the registration form?
Hi, Wayne Richmond again. I'm delivering a message from my members. This process has been slow, it's been painful, and it has now reached unacceptable levels of slowness. And if we have to start kicking tail from the top down, we're going to start doing that. And so keeping people behind the scenes and telling us virtually nothing about the process, I want an attorney here from your department next time. I want specific questions answered real time for us. I'm really getting kind of frustrated, and our members are frustrated, and I'm reflecting their frustration, okay? So I'm just sharing the message, and you now know what's going to start happening if things don't start moving along. We got spring coming up before we know it. We'll be through the holidays, and we'll still have farmers who are still wondering where they can get a sinking permit. So I'm wondering, specific question, what's the status of the paper, the application form? That was put out 6 months ago, and we haven't heard one thing about its approval.
The application form was accepted by the board at that meeting.
Okay, so what's the process?
As
I
stated
recall
before.
at that
So
meeting,
right
we
now,
were
what's
told it had to go through another approval process with legal.
the fee? Right now, we're trying to establish a fee and regulation. That's what's being discussed here. It's not a form, it's a fee. The form simply outlines what's already stated in law. The board did not make any recommendations to change that. So right now, the application form would simply be what's stated in law, but the fee is required to go through a rulemaking process, and that's what we're discussing here today.
Okay. Can you give the audience here an idea of what we're looking at? Are we looking at next summer as more realistic that people ought to be having an expectation of? Or do you think springtime is actually a reasonable time that farmers can now start making plans? Because here's part of the problem. There's a limited amount of seed in this country. We're not going out for DEA permits to bring in seed from other nations. So we have a limited supply to work with, which means the people are buying it up now. And if we don't put a timeline to this for our farmers, they have no clue what they need to be preparing for the spring. And I have hundreds of farmers calling me who want to be prepared for the spring. So what can we do to give them information so they can start to do good planning? That's what I'm after.
I appreciate your frustration, but, you know, we cannot provide a timeline for the department's process,
Okay,
unfortunately.
good. So
I apologize.
we'll try a different avenue, and we'll start pushing down from the Secretary of Agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Wayne. Justin, you wanted to make a comment?
I just wanted to pass out this letter as well. Here you go, if you could pass those around. I appreciate it. My name is Justin Eve. I'm with 7 Generations Producers. We're an organic nursery in Sutter County. And I had written this letter just to urge and maybe outline specifically the steps that need to be taken so the entire advisory board could get on the same page, and then also people of the public. There'll be copies available. Hopefully they'll put it online, and then also have additional copies if you guys want to see the information that I'm passing out right now. So I'll just read you this letter, and then if you do have any questions, let me know, but it should clearly define what are the next multiple steps that need to be taken in the short term to get a registration and establish a fee. So I'll read you that letter now. It says, attention to the Hemp Advisory Board and the Nursery Seed and Cotton Program, to the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board, along with the directors of the California Department of Food and Agriculture. I'm a farmer here in Sutter County, and I operate a small USD organic nursery. I'm writing this letter to urge CDFA to prioritize in establishing registration fees for growers and seed breeders, along with establishing procedures for the counties to forward registration renewal fees to the CDFA for the industrial hemp program. One employee is not enough to do the job. Raising funds through or going through the regulatory process, raising fees through the application process to get dedicated funds seems to be the two options CDFA are able to use to hire more staff. Attached is a document prepared by Gentle Rivers Consulting summarizing what the next steps are that need to be taken for the CDFA for the regulation of industrial hemp. California Industrial Hemp Farming Act, SB 566, Chapter 398 in 2013, authorizes the commercial production of industrial hemp in California. 2016, Prop 64 amended that act for the growth of industrial hemp to begin in January 17. 2 years later, almost, still no active registration process for farmers, and all neighboring states have successful industrial hemp programs now operating for multiple years. The boom of the industrial hemp is the next great agricultural revolution. If we can find $500,000 dedicated annually to hiring employees for regulation of industrial hemp, California farmers and CDFA will exponentially benefit from the cultivation of the diverse crop in our state. California is a worldwide leader of agriculture, yet is falling behind every day. Hemp cannot be grown in the state. The best investment CDFA can make in the state of California is to regulate industrial hemp. Please contact me if you have any questions or I can be in any resources. Farmers need better crops. Keeping industrial hemp from farmers is setting back all the residents of California. And then included inside of that, which you guys can read through, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but it outlines specific things that the advisory board need to do in the summary to move this forward. A, setting a fee. B, setting the fact that the fee can be returned back to the state. And then after that, your job is done. It's up to the county to take the money and approve the regulation of the industrial hemp or approve actual licenses. So if you're going to focus on anything, focus on what needs to be done first. Figuring out the details, that's great, but if we don't even have a registration process or a fee to be set, then we're not working on anything that's really making any forward progress. So I'd say focus all your time and efforts on that, get that done, get that out of the way, and then we can argue over semantics all day after the fact. But if you have an industry that's already developed in every other state other than yours, then maybe the effort should be put in on the step 1 and step 2 before we get to step 10 and 11 and 12. So that's just my recommendation. Hopefully that'll summarize and clarify some things. If you guys have any questions, let me know.
And Justin, would you mind emailing that to us at the General Industrial Hemp email inbox?
No problem. Definitely.
Great, thank you. Then Wade Michelle will get it.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thanks again for all the hard work.
Thank you, Justin.
Josh, I have a question. The fee thing that we were waiting on right now, is that the time that it's taking to do that, is that going to be the same as the time it's going to take to okay these, like proposals for the labs or new seed cultivars, or is it the same, or is is that more complex because it deals with fees and actually taking money in?
So the short answer is I don't know. It's a similar process. Whether or not it's going to have as many details that are going to have to be, worked through by multiple people here at the department, I don't know. Yeah, collecting fees is certainly a much more sensitive topic. But the simpler we can keep our proposals, the better. That way we can route them through. But the more the information that we get from the board as far as the justification for those, the less work we have to do on our end, and then the quicker that process will go. So yeah, again, the short answer is I don't really know. Normally it's not that long, so hard to say.
Right, do we have any other comments from the board or from the audience on the registration process? Nope. Okay, then we get to our last part, and that is public comments, and that is there anyone on the board or in the audience who'd like to make any additional public comments?
Actually, wait, before we get to public comments, we did have a request to go back to an agenda item. I don't know if we still want to do that today, or if we wanted to hold that off for the next meeting.
All right.
I like to go do it today.
Well, I'm thinking we might want to wait until we figure out get the report on the destruction before we decide who's going to be involved with the testing, because I think one is going to affect the other.
It's a related question. The question is who oversees destruction. The question is who oversees or collects the samples. So I don't know if we want to get the answer on the other one before we move forward. That's up to the board.
It's up to the board, right. But as I'm thinking, if we can find a way where we don't have to have the county involved in overseeing the destruction, then we don't necessarily have to have them involved in any of the testing involved in it. That's what I'm thinking right now. Somebody else have, we can come to a conclusion probably in our next meeting.
We'll wait.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Richard. All right, any other comments on what we just talked about? Okay, all right. Let's go to any other additional public comments regarding the items discussed at today's meeting, or any other public comments not on the agenda. Looks like we have a couple of people who'd like to talk. Come to the podium.
Thank you, Lane LeBay, Plymouth County farmer. Back to the destruction definition. If you're going to allow remediation as part of that destruction process, my suggestion would be that if the biomass doesn't leave the farm at all, it's test hot. We cut it down. We cure it. It's a curing process. We then process it there to remove that THC component that's above 0.3%. Then that be considered as a fix to the problem of a hot crop. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you, that's a good suggestion. All right.
George Bianchini. A little clarification, if the board is able to provide any. Just last week, we had a letter out through our attorneys to Richard Perot, Director of the Department of Food and Agriculture, and it was for clarification on language that was originally in and then omitted from 1409, and it's in the 81011, and it had to do with the county or city's ability to ban industrial hemp. It was in the 5 original versions, and then on the amended version 5.1, the language was, on 8.1, it was eliminated. Does the board have any insight to why the language allowing a county to ban industrial hemp was removed?
I don't have any knowledge. I guess Wayne may have known, but he looks like he walked out. Anyone on the board have any information on that?
Mr. Perot's and his department got back with us and saying that they couldn't comment on it because it was a matter of law that they're reviewing and because of a lawsuit, which of course is mine, and having to deal with San Joaquin, and I believe Riverside also have one, and I believe they tried to destroy Mr. Maldonado's crop, and we have certain people in this industry that don't like Prop 64 and some of its measures and are taking their own personal opinions and enforcing the laws based on what they believe. So that's why I'm concerned now, because we're going to be planting again, and I'm just looking for this board's, comments on these issues. So basically, Prop 64 and the laws that are in there gave the counties no room, as they did for marijuana, to ban a particular product. So some counties are making statutory decisions without going through due process. So, and I think that needs to be of concern, because I know of several other farmers that are going to be planting anyway, even down in Riverside, just to force this into the courts. And it's going to get real expensive for the state, at least based upon the fact that we believe we will prevail based upon law. So anyway, I think it might be a good idea if the board can look at this and then maybe at the next meeting give us some kind of an idea. Again, Prop 1409 hasn't been signed yet. Maybe language is still going to be changed, and then by that time, the next meeting, we may also have the federal farm bill with the McConnell rider to it, which may or may not affect that. So I'm hoping that, we get closer and closer to planning time for next season. And it would be nice to know which way we're heading. Thank you.
I think 1409 is now on the governor's desk, awaiting signature. Yeah,
we're heading there in about an hour. So.
Yeah, I don't know if they can make changes at this time. I don't think so. No? You don't know? Okay.
I don't think so, but I don't.
All right, and just to ask you a quick question, you were in favor of counties being able to ban it, or you do not want them to be able to ban it?
The destruction of our crop last year was based upon San Joaquin County doing an emergency ordinance, providing no due process, coming in the dark of night and destroying a legal crop that had just passed the DEA testing. And they actually passed an ordinance banning it, then stating that they had the right to go in and destroy that crop. And that goes against the public initiative of Prop 64. And so I guess the legal battle or determination that needs to be determined is whether or not an individual county has the right to change state law. And most of the opinions are pretty straightforward on that, but it has not changed certain counties from doing it anyway. And then right when 1409 was written, and on 4 subsequent changes, that wording was in there in 2 different places. One that had to do with pollen drift, and another one that just had to do with a straight banning if they choose not to allow it into their communities, which is not allowed by state law for a local community to do that, as they can with marijuana.
And the current version says they cannot.
All of that language was stricken on the version that's on the governor's desk right now.
So you're in favor of that version?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
All right, next
So
comment.
is our lawsuit in favor of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michael Jensen. I'm an attorney in LA, so thanks for having me up here. It's been a fun field trip. I had a question about whether everything that's going on from the CDFA standpoint is looking obviously with an eye towards CBD extraction. The Department of Public Health seems to be going in the opposite direction, at least for CBD derived from hemp. So I'm just wondering, are you guys interfacing at all with them, or is there a reason that it seems like the left hand is doing the exact opposite from the right? I don't know if you're aware, but they put out a fact statement in July. Maybe this was more hot the last IHAB meeting, but essentially banning any form of CBD derived from hemp in food products. It seems like that's going the opposite direction than we're trying to achieve here.
Yeah, so that was discussed at the last meeting, and the conversation was that the board is tasked with advising CDFA on administration of the law. The board is not tasked or authorized to advise Department of Public Health on administration of the laws, so it's outside of their, area of jurisdiction.
Right, but are you guys talking to each other at all, or?
Are the departments?
Yes.
Yes, so there are conversations that occur between departments, but I can't really go into what any of those have been entailing.
Okay, so they're not going to set up any kind of like comparable advisory board?
I
or?
don't know, I can't answer that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
All right, do we have any other public comments? Okay, any more comments from the board? We're running a little long on this meeting.
I have one more
yeah.
question. Are we not moving forward with the lab stuff today, or are we holding off on that, or are we making a recommendation that's going to go through whatever the legal channels are, and then are we coming back to amend it, or are we just not making any recommendation right now?
I think what we wanted to do was wait for your report, and then at the next meeting.
We did make a recommendation in,
So we have a approved motion from the board for an approved laboratory. We do not have a motion from the board. I'll check my notes. I do not believe we have an approved motion from the board regarding who collects the sample, and I think that was the outstanding question still, was who collects the sample. There was some debate back and forth on who collects it and whether or not that should be at the discretion of the commissioner or not.
Right, and I think the questioning is if the county will be involved in overseeing the destruction, then we may want to have them involved in at least some part of the collection of it. If not, then we would maybe not want to have them involved. So we're kind of waiting. We figured we'd table that until the next meeting to make that decision when we find out the proper way to do the destruction. That make sense?
it makes sense, but this seems like every meeting that we don't make decisions, it puts it off, the regulate, I don't know what to call it, but it's putting off the planting and all this other stuff that everybody wants to do.
Right, but we also don't want to make a hasty decision that ends up backfiring, with us, becomes a problem later on. Because if we don't have the registrations out yet, we still have a little bit of time, for all of this.
So, on that kind of procedural point, is that if the board makes a recommendation, and it may be not a complete recommendation, but by itself it could stand alone, that's something we can move forward on as a regulation and make further amendments to that or additional regulations underneath that later on as the board makes further decisions. So we can begin the process, again, assuming that SB 1409 gets signed and gives us the authority to do so. We can move forward with the process of establishing the department-approved laboratory in regulation and getting that regulatory package prepared and routed and starting that process. And then as the board comes forward with additional recommendations on that process, we can have additional regulations on top of that, just so that way we are making progress on the things that have already been decided upon.
Okay, because from my understanding, I feel that piece is the last thing that's going to hold up planting, is just clearing up that it's no longer a DEA lab and it's an ISO lab. I just wanted to make sure that
Well, we agreed with
Parts at
that.
least moving forward.
Yeah, well,
and
that part we did
Just the
agree.
sampling's not gonna hold anything up.
Just also remember that testing isn't going to happen until after the crops have been grown and then it's going to be harvested. So we do have more time with that. And we already did agree, we voted that it would be a certified lab. What was the word?
Accredited, yeah.
Accredited lab, right.
In the interest of time, I might suggest that we can kind of move forward. It sounds like, we've got some things on the agenda for the next meeting. Can we decide on a next meeting date and next meeting agenda? Because Michelle would like to get that. I know we're trying to get things out 30 days ahead so the public has time to review, and we'd like to get that out today. So if we can set a date and determine what's going to be on the agenda today so that when Michelle can get that out to the public and give people a chance to review it, that'd be great. That's acceptable to Lawrence?
Yes, yeah, that's fine. We should move forward. All right, do we have?
Michelle,
first
do
of
you
all-
want to mention the dates that we were looking at first? And let's talk
Yes.
about a date and then the agenda items, if that's all right?
So I had Kathy double check on the availability of this auditorium. It's going to be available on the 29th of October and the 30th of October, as well as November 7th and 9th. And I know that I've sent out a doodle poll to the board members, and many of you have responded. But for those of you who didn't respond, I need a confirmation whether you'd be available those days. Because it looks like so far right now, we have 5 people who responded and said that they are available on the 29th. 4 people are available on the 30th. And then on the 7th, November 7th, there's 4 people available. And then on November 9th, we have 4 people available.
And so to be clear, so we do have 3 members that are not present. We haven't heard from David Robinson, but Matt McLean stated on the poll that he was available all 4 of those dates. John Rulak was available on the 30th and on the 7th. So,
I haven't inputted on that, and the 30th would be best for me.
30th. Anybody else who likes the 30th, who doesn't like the 30th? 30th mostly,
I
Allison?
can't make that whole week.
Okay. The following week. Sure, go ahead.
Can I ask another question? Do you think it would be possible for us to just meet all day instead of trying to add
We will.
additional meetings? I know it's a long day, but we might get more done if we could
That's,
carry
the
out.
meeting time is up to you all on, your travel plans and what you can commit. So we reserve the room all day regardless. Whatever time you want to start, we'll be here, and whatever time we want to break, we'll leave. So that's up to you all. The longer the meeting, the longer it's going to take Michelle to do the minutes. So she's not happy with me saying that, but, you know.
Well, I'm not sure any of us would be happy with it, but it might be what we need to do. I don't know, to
Fine.
get through some of these things. I mean, for me, it's the whole day shot anyway, so
Okay.
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
So whatever.
Certainly,
starting
we
time
can put more on the agenda.
Yeah.
Or.
And
try
get
to
through it
more
all,
done.
yeah.
Have we figured out what the agenda would be for the next
Well,
meeting?
can we decide the date
Date.
first, and then let's talk about the agenda and time. So you're not available the 30th. Do we have an alternate suggestion?
What was the date?
So we have the 29th or 30th, and then the 7th or 9th. John Rulak was available the 30th or the 7th. So we do know we'll have at least 2 people available both those days besides the people in the room. The 7th?
7th is all right with
Would the 7th be okay with everyone? Rick won't be here. No, we've got multiple no's for the 7th. Okay. We have multiple no's for the 7th and 1 for the 30th, it sounds like, so, sorry. Okay. So I guess we'll do the 30th, and then there's going to be another meeting about 30 days after that, too, so we'll keep going.
All right, now we have to.
Do the 30th.
Do you want to discuss Valerie's on the 30th?
Yeah, so
Extending the meeting time, in other words, a
Well,
more full day?
can we talk about what's on the agenda
No,
first?
let's go
before
for the
we-
agenda and see if we maybe get more. We would have to talk more, answer the 2 questions today, which were the testing, who will be doing the testing and who will be overseeing the destruction or remediation of the crop. We also wanted to make a point that we specify that we're testing for Delta-9 THC and not necessarily other THCs that are in there, THCA. Is there anything else we need to talk about?
In addition to overseeing the destruction, we also want a clarification on the definition of destruction.
a verification that we were talking about earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And
seed
Lawrence, when you-
methodology and the.
And then, so, yeah, we've got the seed methodology and procedure, which will also be on the agenda that we're gonna be sending out with the notice.
Lawrence, when, on the first item that you mentioned, you said who is testing, do you mean who is sampling?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly who's sampling.
I would like for somebody to talk to a chemist or the other states and explain to me why only Delta 9 is tested for. Because to my understanding, THCA is THC acid, and for that conversion, you have to decarboxylate or heat. So if you have, Delta 9, if it's 0.3, it's hemp, but then you could have 20% THC acid, and so if you were to smoke it, it would get you very high, and it would be marijuana. So why are we breaking that apart?
So I think that's in the federal definition, isn't it? Doesn't the federal definition say Delta 9 THC? I believe that's the federal definition of industrial hemp is lower than 0.3% Delta 9 THC, I believe. And we can get we'll get clarification on that on part of that conversation. But that's a good question. And then as far as testing methodology, I don't know. I mean, the discussion previously and the recommendation was gas chromatography with flame ionization. I don't know how that plays into that calculation and that test result. So
To answer your question, I've seen different test results from different labs, and sometimes they'll define the THC as being both the Delta 9 and the THCA, or sometimes they'll separate it out as two different things. And I think we need to be clear on that. If you add them together, you're going to have more instances of people testing hot. If you separate them, then that's going to happen less often.
So regarding that question, we want to have something on the agenda. Is that something that, is there someone in the room that wants to investigate that further and present on? I know, Allison, you've already are working on the sampling testing question.
All right, I'll do that.
Lawrence?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we'll be presenting that. Okay, sounds good.
All right, is there anything else we need to put on the agenda? Is there anything left that we need to do?
Could we possibly put on the pilot program on the agenda, assuming that SB 1409 passes, or could we have somebody look at that possibility of establishing that?
I think what you're referring to is, I think in 1409, it actually does say something about
It does address
Department of
the
Agriculture.
becoming federally compliant, because right now we're not federally compliant, or the state
Right.
is.
So SB 1409 authorizes the department to establish a pilot program via regulation. So if you guys would like to discuss what that looks like, I mean, I don't really know what that would look like. So if you would like to have that discussion on the agenda, or have an item on the agenda to discuss simply a plan of action for all the changes for SB 1409 and further actions, we could also include that.
All right,
But
actually,
if
yeah,
that's
that might be
something
a good
specific-
idea. Well, it's possible by the next meeting it will have a change in both federal law and state law. So we
Okay.
probably will want to talk about that, changes in the law and how it will affect the program.
I will volunteer to explore that
Okay.
and report on it. If
Okay.
you guys
As
would
far
like.
as the pilot program aspect of it, or just
Pilot-
overall?
Just the pilot program, I guess.
Okay. Because what we would want to do is we would want to include that as a separate agenda item if that's something that you would like to discuss as far as what that would look like. And then if, SB 1409 wasn't passed and federal law didn't change, then that might be something that we wouldn't, we would
Yeah,
just simply not deal on the agenda, but we would want to get it on now to have that conversation.
Yeah, if it doesn't pass, then I won't report on anything.
So right now we have 6 items, assuming at least an hour for each item. It's about a 6-hour meeting,
Yeah.
which I'm fine with.
Like the
So
whole
what
day
time would you
shot,
all like
yeah.
to start?
Well, 10, because it takes me that long to fly up here.
10 to 4 with a break for lunch, I would assume.
Yeah.
Do you want to start a little early? 9:30? 9:30
That'll
work
work.
for everyone?
Yeah.
9:30 to 4:30 with an hour break for everyone? Okay. Hopefully we're checking all day for the meeting room availability, although we usually don't double book in here.
All right, I think let me look at my notes here. All right, anyone else want to make suggestions for what to talk about on the next meeting? No?
It sounds like
Okay.
a pretty full agenda.
Yeah, it will be. All right, so I move that we adjourn the meeting. It's about 2 p.m. right now. Everyone agree? Do we have a second?
No, we're good. You can adjourn.
All right, we
You
adjourn
have
the
the power.
meeting. It is 1:58 p.m.
Great. Thank you.
Long one.